Welcome to Sheriff Files. Please like the video, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where are you watching from tonight. Get comfortable, relax, and let's begin. They say roots run deep. But these weren't here yesterday. I've been sheriff of Millbrook County for 37 years, and in that time I've seen my share of peculiar things. Bodies that shouldn't have been where they were found. Missing persons who turned up in places they'd never been. Strange lights over the old quarry that the state boys always said were swamp gas, though we haven't had swamps here since my grandfather's time. But what happened in the spring of '98? That was different. That was the kind of thing that makes a man question whether he really knows the ground beneath his feet. It started with Martha Henley's basement. Martha was 83 then, lived alone in that big Victorian on Elm Street that her husband had left her. White clapboard with green shutters, wraparound porch that hadn't seen fresh paint in a decade. The kind of house that had been grand once, back when the lumber mill was running and money flowed through town like the creek after a hard rain. She called the station on a Tuesday morning in March. Not 911, Martha was old school, the type who looked up numbers in the phone book and dialed them proper-like. Dispatch put her through to me directly. "Sheriff," she said, and her voice had that thin quality that comes with age and too many cigarettes. "I need you to come look at something in my basement. Something that shouldn't be there." Martha wasn't the type to call unless she had good reason. She'd lived through the Depression, raised 4 boys, buried a husband and 2 of those sons. If Martha Henley said something was wrong, something was wrong. I drove over in the patrol car, though it was only 6 blocks from the station. The spring air was crisp that morning, carrying the scent of warming earth and the first brave crocuses pushing through the last of winter's hold. Millbrook in March has always been my favorite time, the season when the town shakes off its cold sleep and remembers what it means to be alive. Martha met me at the front door, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She was a small woman, barely came up to my chest, but she'd always carried herself like she was taller. Today, though, she seemed diminished somehow. Uncertain. "It's downstairs," she said without preamble. "Started hearing sounds 3 nights ago. Thought it might be mice at first, or maybe the old furnace acting up. But when I went down to check..." She led me through the kitchen, past the ancient Frigidaire and the table where she'd been working on a crossword puzzle. The basement door was open, and I could smell the particular mustiness that comes from stone foundations and decades of stored memories. The wooden steps creaked under my weight as we descended. Martha had strung up a work light, the kind contractors use, and it cast harsh shadows across the basement walls. Boxes were stacked everywhere, Christmas decorations, old clothes, the accumulated debris of a long life. But my attention was drawn immediately to the far corner, where the concrete floor had buckled and cracked. And growing through those cracks, thick as a man's arm, were roots. They weren't like any roots I'd ever seen. Most roots you encounter are brown or tan, fibrous things that crumble when they dry out. These were pale, almost white, with a surface that seemed to shimmer slightly in the artificial light. They'd pushed up through the concrete like it was soft earth, creating a spider web of cracks that spread across nearly a quarter of the floor. "You said you heard sounds?" I said, crouching down to examine the damage more closely. 3 nights ago," Martha confirmed. Like something scratching. Or maybe gnawing. Came from down here, but quiet like. Had to strain to hear it." I reached out to touch one of the larger roots, then thought better of it. Something about their appearance made my skin crawl. Instead, I stood and walked around the perimeter of the damage, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. "Any idea what might have caused this? New construction nearby? Water main break?" Martha shook her head. "Nothing like that. And Sheriff, She hesitated, then continued in a lower voice. I've lived in this house for 47 years. My husband and I, we knew every inch of this property. There's no tree above this spot. Nothing but lawn and the old rose bushes. I looked up at the ceiling, trying to visualize the layout of the yard above. She was right. That corner of the basement sat under what I remembered as open grass, maybe 50 feet from the nearest oak tree. I'll need to take a look outside, I told her. Check the yard, maybe call someone from the county extension office. Could be some kind of invasive species. But even as I said it, I knew that wasn't right. The roots were too large, too established. They looked like they'd been growing for years, not days. We went back upstairs, and I walked the perimeter of Martha's property. The yard was exactly as I remembered it, neat, well-maintained despite her age, with a few mature trees near the house but nothing that could account for what I'd seen in the basement. The soil showed no signs of recent disturbance, no dead or dying vegetation that might indicate some kind of underground problem. I spent another hour there, taking photographs with the old Polaroid camera we kept in the patrol car, measuring the affected area, asking Martha more questions about when the sounds had started and whether she noticed anything else unusual. But I wasn't getting anywhere, and I could see that my presence was making her more anxious, not less. I'll file a report, I told her as I prepared to leave. Maybe get someone from the university to take a look. In the meantime, I wouldn't go down there alone. If those roots are still growing, they might cause more structural damage. Martha nodded, but I could see the worry in her eyes. She was thinking the same thing I was, though neither of us was ready to say it out loud. How do you get roots without trees? I drove back to the station with more questions than answers, and that uncomfortable feeling you get when the world stops making sense in small but significant ways. I'd seen plenty of unusual things in my years as sheriff. Millbrook might be small, but it had its share of oddities. The abandoned Grimsby farm where compass needles spun like dervishes. The section of Route 47 where car radios picked up broadcasts in languages nobody could identify. The old Methodist cemetery where fresh flowers appeared on unmarked graves every Sunday morning, though no one had ever seen who left them. But those were old mysteries, the kind every small town accumulates over the decades like sediment in a riverbed. This felt different. This felt active. I was still mulling over what I'd seen when Deputy Collins knocked on my office door around 3 that afternoon. Sheriff? Got another call about basement problems. Mrs. Patterson on Maple Street. Says something's wrong with her foundation. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the March weather. Mrs. Patterson's house was a modest ranch built in the 60s, the kind of practical, no-nonsense structure that working families favored back then. She met me at the front door, a woman in her 50s with worried eyes and dirt under her fingernails. Started hearing noises last night, she said as she led me toward the basement entrance. My husband's working a double shift at the plant, so I was alone. Thought maybe we had a break-in, someone hiding down there. But when I looked, her basement was smaller than Martha's, with a lower ceiling and concrete block walls. But in the northeast corner, the same thing had happened. The concrete floor had cracked and buckled, and through those cracks, the same pale, almost luminescent roots had pushed their way into the light. Any trees near this part of the house? I asked, though I was already dreading the answer. Nothing but the driveway. This corner sits right under where we park the cars. I crouched down for a closer look. The roots here seemed even thicker than the ones at Martha's, and they pulsed slightly, as if something was moving through them. The smell was different too, not the musty basement odor I'd expected, but something organic and rich, like fresh earth after a rain. It should have been pleasant, but instead it made my stomach turn. When did you first notice them? This morning. But the sounds, they started 3 nights ago. 3 nights ago. The same as Martha. I spent another hour at the Patterson house, taking more photographs, asking more questions that led nowhere. As I was preparing to leave, Mrs. Patterson grabbed my arm. "Sheriff," she said quietly, "is this some kind of disease? Something in the soil that might spread?" I wished I could give her a reassuring answer, but the truth was I didn't know what to tell her. Instead, I promised to look into it, and advised her to stay out of the basement until we knew more. Back at the station, I spread the Polaroid photos across my desk and tried to make sense of what I was looking at. The roots in both locations were remarkably similar, the same pale coloration, the same unnatural size, the same way they seemed to glow faintly in the artificial light. But what struck me most was how established they looked. These weren't new growths. They had the appearance of ancient things, as if they'd been there forever and were only now choosing to reveal themselves. I called the county extension office and spoke to a botanist named Dr. Reynolds. I described what I'd seen without mentioning the more unusual aspects, just unusual root growth causing structural damage. She listened patiently and promised to drive down from the State University the following day. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those roots, the way they seemed to pulse with their own internal rhythm. I found myself wondering what they were connected to, what they might be feeding on. And I kept coming back to the timing, 3 nights ago for both women. What had happened 3 nights ago? I was still awake at 2 in the morning when the phone rang. "Sheriff?" It was Collins, working the night shift. "Got a call from the McBride place on Oak Street. Says there's something wrong with his basement floor." I closed my eyes and felt the world tilt slightly on its axis. The McBride house was a colonial built in the 40s, all brick and solid lines. Tom McBride was a retired machinist, the kind of man who fixed his own plumbing and changed his own oil. He wasn't the type to call the sheriff unless he'd exhausted every other option. He was waiting for me in his driveway, fully dressed despite the hour, a flashlight in his hand. "Started about an hour ago," he said without preamble. "Sounded like something trying to claw its way up from hell." His basement was finished, with paneled walls and industrial carpeting over the concrete floor. But in the southwest corner, the carpet had buckled and torn, and beneath it, the same pale roots had pushed through the concrete. These were even larger than the others, some thick as fence posts, and they made soft rustling sounds as they moved. I stared at them for a long moment, my flashlight beam dancing across their pale surfaces. They were definitely moving, a slow undulation like earthworms or snakes. But they were roots, I told myself. Roots don't move. "How long ago did you first hear the sounds?" Tom thought for a moment. 3 nights ago. But faint like. Thought it might be settling or something. Tonight it got louder. 3 nights ago. Again. I spent another sleepless hour at the McBride house, documenting what I'd found, trying to maintain some semblance of professional composure while my worldview slowly crumbled around the edges. When I finally left, Tom walked me to my car. "Sheriff," he said quietly, "I fought in Korea. Saw things that would make most men's hair turn white. But this," he gestured back toward his house, "this scares me worse than anything I saw over there." I understood what he meant. There's something particularly unsettling about the familiar becoming alien, about the ground beneath your feet betraying the basic assumptions you've lived by. In war, you expect the world to be violent and unpredictable. In a small town basement, you expect concrete to stay concrete. By morning, I had 4 more calls. Dr. Reynolds arrived at noon, a thin woman in her 60s with steel-gray hair and the kind of intense focus that comes from a lifetime of studying the natural world. I took her to Martha's house first, figuring it was better to start with the smallest manifestation and work our way up. She spent 20 minutes in Martha's basement, taking samples, making notes, occasionally muttering to herself in the scientific shorthand that academics use when they're trying to make sense of something that doesn't fit their understanding of the world. When she finally emerged, her face was pale. "Sheriff," she said, "I need to see the other locations." We spent the rest of the afternoon making rounds: the Patterson house, the McBride place, and the 4 new locations that had reported similar problems overnight. With each basement we visited, Dr. Reynolds became more silent, more withdrawn. At the last house, she took extensive photographs and filled 3 sample bags with fragments of root material. "I'll need to get these back to the lab," she told me as we stood in the Hendersons' driveway. "Run some tests, compare them to known species. What's your initial assessment?" She was quiet for a long moment, staring back at the house as if she could see through the walls to the pale roots beneath. "I've been studying plant biology for 34 years, Sheriff. I've seen root systems from 6 continents, worked with specimens from the deepest jungles and the highest mountains. These," she shook her head, "these don't match anything in the literature. The cellular structure is wrong. The growth pattern is impossible. And the way they respond to stimuli." "Respond how?" "When I took the samples, they reacted. Not the way damaged tissue should react, but as if they were aware of what I was doing. As if they could feel it." That night, I drove out to the old Millbrook Cemetery, the one on the hill overlooking the town. It's a peaceful place, established in 1847 when the lumber mill first brought prosperity to our little corner of the world. The oldest graves are near the top of the hill, weathered limestone markers with names and dates barely visible after more than a century of weather. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just trying to clear my head and think through what we were dealing with. But as I walked among the headstones, something caught my attention. In the oldest section of the cemetery, several graves showed signs of recent disturbance. Not vandalism. The markers were intact and undamaged. But the earth around them had been pushed up from below, creating small mounds and cracks in the carefully maintained grass. I knelt beside one of the affected graves, a marker for someone named Ezekiel Harrow, died 1852. The ground around it was soft and loose, as if something had been tunneling underneath. And in the fading daylight, I could just make out something pale moving beneath the surface. The same roots. But these weren't breaking through into basements. These were moving through the cemetery soil itself, connecting grave to grave in an underground network that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. I drove home that night with my hands shaking on the steering wheel. Dr. Reynolds called the next morning with her preliminary results. Her voice was tight, controlled in the way people sound when they're trying not to panic. "Sheriff, I need to ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly. Have there been any unusual deaths in your town recently? Anything that might have introduced foreign organic matter into the soil?" I thought about it. Millbrook was small enough that unusual deaths would be noticed, talked about, remembered. But there hadn't been anything out of the ordinary. Old Mrs. Chin had passed in February, but that was expected. She'd been in decline for months. Before that, it had been Tom Morrison in January, heart attack while shoveling snow. Natural causes, both of them, handled by the funeral home and buried in the new section of the cemetery. "Nothing unusual," I told her. "Why?" "Because these root samples, they're not entirely plant matter. There's organic material mixed in that I can't identify. Protein structures that look almost like neural tissue, but arranged in patterns I've never seen. And they're still active. Even severed from the main organism, they continue to show electrical activity." The line was quiet for a moment, then she continued. "Sheriff, I think you need to evacuate the affected houses. Until we know what we're dealing with, It's not safe for people to be living above these, whatever they are. But it was already too late for evacuations. That afternoon, Martha Henley didn't answer her phone. When I drove to her house, I found the front door unlocked and Martha nowhere to be seen. The basement door was open, and the work light was still burning, casting its harsh shadows across the concrete walls. The roots had grown. What had been thick as a man's arm 3 days before were now massive, some nearly 2 feet in diameter. They'd spread across the entire basement floor, creating a network that pulsed and writhed with slow, deliberate movement. And in the center of the network, where the largest concentration of roots converged, was a depression in the concrete floor. A depression exactly the size and shape of a human body. I called for backup and we searched the house from top to bottom, but Martha was gone. No signs of struggle, no indication of where she might have went. Her purse was on the kitchen counter, her car in the driveway, her reading glasses folded neatly beside the unfinished crossword puzzle. Within the hour, we had similar reports from 2 other houses. Mrs. Patterson and Tom McBride, both missing. Both houses showing the same pattern: massive root growth in the basements, human-shaped depressions in the floor where the roots were thickest. Dr. Reynolds arrived that evening with a team from the State University. They set up equipment in Martha's basement, sensors and monitors that would track the roots' activity throughout the night. I wanted to stay and observe, but she insisted it wasn't safe. "Whatever these things are," she told me, "they're not just growing randomly. There's intelligence behind their behavior, pattern and purpose. And based on what's happened to your missing residents." She didn't need to finish the sentence. We were both thinking the same thing. I went home that night but didn't sleep. Instead, I sat on my front porch with a cup of coffee and watched the town I'd served for 37 years. Millbrook looked peaceful in the moonlight, the same as it had for generations. White houses with neat yards, tree-lined streets that had seen countless children grow up and move away, then return with children of their own. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, where neighbors looked out for each other, where the worst crime in recent memory had been teenagers spray-painting the water tower. But beneath that peaceful surface, something ancient and hungry was stirring. Around 3 in the morning my phone rang. It was Dr. Reynolds, and she sounded terrified. "Sheriff, you need to get down here." Now. I drove to Martha's house faster than I'd driven in years, my patrol car's emergency lights cutting through the darkness. Dr. Reynolds met me at the front door, her face pale in the porch light. "The root system," she said without preamble. "It's not separate organisms. It's all connected. All of it. Every house, every basement, they're all part of the same network." She led me down to the basement, where her monitoring equipment was registering activity levels that made no sense. The roots had continued to grow throughout the night, spreading beyond the basement walls into the surrounding soil. But more disturbing was the rhythm of their movement, a slow, synchronized pulsing that seemed to echo throughout the entire network. "It's like a nervous system," Dr. Reynolds explained, pointing to her readouts. "Electrical impulses traveling from one node to another, carrying information. And the missing people." She gestured to the human-shaped depression in the floor, which had grown deeper overnight. "I think they're still here. Not dead, not exactly. But incorporated somehow. Made part of the network." The implications of what she was saying hit me like a physical blow. Martha, Mrs. Patterson, Tom McBride, they weren't missing. They were part of whatever was growing beneath our town, their consciousness absorbed into something vast and alien and ancient. "How long?" I asked. "How long has this thing been here?" Dr. Reynolds consulted her notes. "Based on the growth patterns and the extent of the network, I'd estimate decades. Maybe longer. It's been dormant, probably, feeding slowly on organic matter in the soil, But something woke it up 3 nights ago. Something triggered a new phase of growth. 3 nights ago. I'd been trying to figure out what had happened 3 nights ago since the whole thing began. But I'd been thinking about it wrong. I'd been looking for something that had arrived, some outside influence that had caused the problem. But what if it wasn't something that had come to Millbrook? What if it was something that had left? I drove to the cemetery as dawn was breaking over the town. The old section looked different in the morning light, more disturbed, more obvious signs of underground activity. And as I walked among the weathered headstones, I began to notice something I'd missed before. The graves that showed the most disturbance weren't random. They were clustered around one particular marker, a simple granite stone that read, Jeremiah Millbrook, 1823 to 1851, founder. The founder of our town, the man the place was named after. I'd seen his grave countless times over the years, but I'd never really thought about him as anything more than a historical footnote. Now, kneeling beside his marker, I could see that the ground around it had been completely undermined. The earth was hollow beneath, and I could hear a faint rustling sound coming from the depths. I called Dr. Reynolds and asked her to meet me at the cemetery. While I waited, I did something I probably shouldn't have done. I used a shovel from the maintenance shed and carefully began excavating around Jeremiah Millbrook's grave. What I found 3 feet down made me understand, finally, what we were really dealing with. The coffin was there, but it had been broken open from the inside. The wood was split and splintered, pushed apart by the same pale roots that were now spreading throughout our town. But these roots were older, much older, with a gnarled and twisted appearance that spoke of decades of slow growth. And wrapped around the roots, in fragments that were barely recognizable, were the remains of Jeremiah Millbrook himself. Not skeleton, not dust, but something in between, organic matter that had been preserved and transformed, incorporated into the root system like some kind of grotesque symbiosis. Dr. Reynolds arrived as I was sitting beside the open grave, trying to process what I'd discovered. She took one look at my findings and went pale. Mycorrhizal network, she said quietly. It's a mycorrhizal network, but not with trees. With people. She explained it to me in terms I could understand. In nature, fungi form symbiotic relationships with plant roots, creating vast underground networks that share nutrients and information across entire forests. But this network had formed with human hosts instead of trees, feeding on the dead and, eventually, reaching out for the living. Jeremiah Millbrook wasn't just the founder of your town, Dr. Reynolds said, staring down at the corrupted remains. He was the first host. The original node. And now, after more than a century of growth, the network is strong enough to actively recruit new members. The missing people weren't dead. They were part of something that had been growing beneath Millbrook for generations, a vast organism that had incorporated every person buried in the old cemetery, and was now reaching out to claim the living. We spent the rest of that day documenting what we'd found, taking samples, trying to understand the full extent of the network. Dr. Reynolds estimated that it stretched beneath most of the old part of town, connecting dozens of homes and buildings in a web of organic communication. Can it be stopped? I asked her as we prepared to leave the cemetery. She was quiet for a long moment, then shook her head. I don't think so. Not without destroying half the town. The network is too extensive, too deeply rooted. And the people who've been incorporated. I don't think there's any way to separate them from the organism without killing them. That night, I made a decision that still haunts me. I called the state police and reported a gas leak in the old section of town. Within hours, they had the area evacuated and cordoned off. I told the residents it was temporary, just until the utility company could check the lines and make sure everything was safe. It wasn't entirely a lie. We weren't safe. None of us were. Dr. Reynolds and her team left the next morning, taking their samples and their data back to the university. She promised to continue studying the organism, to look for ways to contain or neutralize it. But I could see in her eyes that she didn't hold out much hope. The evacuation zone is still in place, nearly 30 years later. Officially, it's due to environmental contamination, something vague about soil toxins and groundwater issues. The state bought out the affected properties, relocated the residents, put up fences and warning signs. But I know what's really down there. And sometimes, late at night, I drive out to the edge of the evacuation zone and listen. The sounds are faint, but they're there, rustling, whispering, the soft movement of something vast and patient shifting in the darkness beneath the earth. The network is still growing, still spreading, still waiting. They say roots run deep, but these roots run deeper than anyone knows. They connect the living and the dead in ways that make a mockery of everything we think we understand about life and death, and the boundaries between them. Martha Henley is still down there, somewhere in that organic web of consciousness and hunger. Mrs. Patterson and Tom McBride and all the others who came before them. Part of something ancient, an alien that has been patient enough to wait more than a century for the right time to reveal itself. And sometimes, when the wind is just right and the moon is dark, I can almost hear them calling. Not for help, they're beyond help now. But calling nonetheless, their voices merged into something that sounds like rustling leaves or whispered prayers or the soft susurrus of roots growing through the earth. I never did figure out what happened 3 nights before it all began. What changed, what shifted, what gave the network the strength to finally reach out and claim new hosts. Maybe it was just time. Maybe the organism had finally grown large enough, strong enough, patient enough to make its move. Or maybe something else woke it up. Something that's still out there, still moving through small towns and rural communities, still looking for the right soil, the right conditions, the right kind of roots to nurture and grow. I retired from the sheriff's department 5 years ago, but I still keep watch. Still monitor the reports from other small towns, looking for patterns that might indicate the network is spreading. Basement problems. Missing persons. Unusual root growth where no trees should be. Because if there's one thing I learned from what happened in Millbrook, it's this: the earth remembers everything. Every body that's ever been buried, every life that's ever ended, every consciousness that's ever flickered and died. And given enough time, given the right conditions, the earth might just decide to put those memories to use. They say roots run deep. But they never tell you what those roots might be reaching for, or what they might find when they finally break through to the surface. The network is still there, still growing, still patient, waiting for the next phase of its ancient plan to unfold. And sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, I wonder if it's waiting for me. I watched him pass by my window, and the air turned freezing cold. Now, I've been sheriff of Millhaven for 37 years, and I've seen plenty that would make most folks sleep with their lights on. But this was something that changed the very temperature of the world around it. Something that made the December air inside my heated office feel like stepping into a meat locker. The man, if that's what he was, moved down Elm Street with a peculiar gait. Not walking exactly, but gliding backward through the pools of yellow streetlight, his feet never quite seeming to touch the pavement. His mouth was moving, working silently like he was speaking to someone, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Just him and the darkness that seemed to follow in his wake. I should mention that Millhaven isn't the kind of place where strange things happen. We're a farming community. Population 2,847 according to the last census. tucked away in a valley where the most excitement we usually get is when the Henderson's bull gets loose or when old Mrs. Craddy claims someone's been stealing her garden gnomes again. The kind of town where everybody knows everybody, and secrets don't stay secret long. But this December was different. Had been different since Thanksgiving, when the first reports started coming in. It was Martha Krensky who called it in initially. Martha runs the diner on Main Street, works the night shift serving coffee to truckers and insomniacs. She phoned the station at 2:17 a.m. on a Tuesday, voice shaking like autumn leaves. "Sheriff," she said, "there's a man walking backward down the street. Been at it for near 20 minutes now." I remember asking her if he was drunk, maybe lost. Happens sometimes with folks passing through. "No, Sheriff. He ain't stumbling. He's moving smooth as silk, but wrong. Like he's being pulled by something behind him. And his mouth." She paused, and I could hear her breathing getting quick and shallow. "His mouth's moving like he's talking to beat the band, but there ain't no sound coming out." I told her I'd drive by, take a look. But by the time I got to Main Street, whoever it was had vanished. The street was empty except for a stray cat that bolted the moment my headlights hit it, like it had seen something that spooked it good. Martha wasn't the hysterical type. She'd been running that diner for 15 years, dealt with all sorts of characters rolling through on the interstate. But when I questioned her the next morning, she kept wrapping her arms around herself like she was cold, even though the diner was warm as toast. "There was something else," she said, refilling my coffee cup with hands that still trembled slightly. "The street lights. They dimmed when he passed under them. Not like they were going out, but like something was drinking the light." I filed the report, figured it was a one-time thing. Maybe some vagrant passing through, walking off a bender in his own peculiar way. But then the calls started multiplying. Tom Brennan saw him 3 nights later, moving backward down Sycamore Avenue. Tom's a level-headed guy, works at the grain elevator, not given to flights of fancy. But he called me at home, which Tom's never done in all the years I've known him. "Sheriff, that fellow's mouth was working like he was giving a sermon, but I swear on my mother's grave, there wasn't a whisper of sound. And the strangest thing, my dog wouldn't come out of the house. Bruno's never afraid of anything, but he was whimpering under the kitchen table like there was a thunderstorm coming." The next week brought 2 more sightings. Always the same, a figure moving backward through our streets after midnight, mouth working silently, the very air around him growing cold. Each witness mentioned the temperature drop, how their breath started misting even though it hadn't been that cold when they first stepped outside. By the second week of December, I was patrolling the streets myself after midnight, thermos of coffee beside me, windows down despite the December chill. Millhaven after dark is usually quiet as a cemetery, just the distant hum of the interstate, and the occasional creak of settling houses. But now there was something different in the air. An expectancy, like the whole town was holding its breath. I found him on Thursday night. I was driving slowly down Maple Street when the temperature gauge on my dashboard started climbing, even though I had the heat on low. Then I felt it, that bone-deep cold that seems to come from inside your own marrow. My breath began misting, and I could see frost starting to form on the inside of my windshield. That's when I saw him. He was perhaps 50 feet ahead, moving backward with that same eerie glide Martha had described. His clothing was ordinary enough, dark pants, a light-colored shirt, but there was something about the way the fabric moved that wasn't quite right. It rippled and flowed like it was underwater, even though there wasn't so much as a breeze. I pulled the cruiser to the curb and got out, my hand instinctively moving to my service weapon. The cold hit me like a physical thing, so intense that my teeth started chattering immediately. But it wasn't just cold, it was wrong cold, The kind that makes your bones ache and your skin feel like it's shrinking. "Excuse me," I called out. "Sir, I need to speak with you." He didn't acknowledge me, just kept gliding backward down the middle of the street. His mouth was indeed moving, lips forming words with passionate intensity, but no sound emerged. It was like watching someone scream in a vacuum. I followed him for 3 blocks, trying to get close enough to make out his features, but something kept me at a distance. Maybe it was instinct, maybe it was fear, but every time I tried to close the gap, my legs felt heavier, like I was walking through thickening concrete. The streetlights dimmed as he passed beneath them, not flickering out but fading to a sickly yellow that barely illuminated the asphalt. And in that diminished light, I began to notice other things. His shadow, for instance, it fell forward, in the direction he was moving, which should have been impossible. And his footsteps, or rather the lack of them. The street was slightly damp from the day's melted snow, but he left no tracks. After about 10 minutes of this bizarre procession, he simply wasn't there anymore. One moment I was following him past the Congregational Church, the next moment the street was empty. The cold lifted immediately, and the streetlights brightened back to their normal intensity. I stood there for a long time, breathing hard, watching my own breath mist in the now normal December air. I didn't file a report that night. What would I have written? Pursued unidentified individual who may or may not exist through downtown area. Suspect disappeared without trace. No crime committed. They'd have had me evaluated for fitness of duty. But the sightings continued, and they were getting closer to the residential areas. Mrs. Coleman saw him pass by her bedroom window on Pine Street. She called me the next morning, voice tight with fear. "Sheriff, I've lived in this house for 43 years, and I've never felt anything like that cold. It went right through the walls, right through the glass. And my cat." She paused, and I could hear her struggling with something. "My cat aged, Sheriff. I know how that sounds, but Whiskers was a young tabby when I went to bed, and when I woke up, she was gray around the muzzle and moving like an old cat. Like something had taken years from her." That got my attention. I'd known Mrs. Coleman since I was a boy, and she wasn't the type to make things up. If she said her cat had aged overnight, then something had happened to that animal. I started doing research, calling other departments in the county, seeing if anyone else had encountered anything similar. Most of the sheriffs I spoke with were polite but clearly thought I was dealing with a local prankster or maybe someone with mental health issues. But then I reached Sheriff Kowalski up in Brennan County. "Backward walker," he said immediately when I described what we'd been seeing. "Had one of those about 5 years ago. Lasted about 3 weeks, then it stopped." "What do you mean, it stopped?" There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "You really want to know, or are you just making conversation?" I told him I really wanted to know. "We had a death," he said quietly. "Young man named Peters, lived alone on the outskirts of town. Found him in his kitchen, sitting at his table like he'd been eating breakfast. But he'd been dead for days, Sheriff. Days. And here's the thing that still keeps me up sometimes. He looked like he'd aged about 30 years overnight. Hair gone white, skin like leather, fingernails grown long. Coroner couldn't explain it, called it premature aging due to unknown causes. And the backward walker? Never saw him again after that night. But Peters..." Kowalski's voice dropped even lower. "Peters' mouth was open when we found him. Wide open, like he'd been trying to scream. And there were scratch marks on the inside of his throat, like he'd been clawing at something." I thanked him and hung up, but his words stayed with me. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Mrs. Coleman's cat, about the way the cold seemed to seep through solid matter, about that silently working mouth. The next evening, I was walking through the town square when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The Civil War monument, a bronze statue of a Union soldier that had stood there for over a century, looked different. The bronze had developed a patina that hadn't been there before, and more unsettling, the soldier's face looked older. The features were more deeply etched, the expression more weary. It was subtle, the kind of thing you might not notice unless you'd looked at that statue thousands of times over the years. But I had looked at it thousands of times. And it was definitely different. That's when I started to understand what we were dealing with. This wasn't just some eccentric individual wandering our streets. This was something that affected time itself, something that aged whatever it came near. The question was, what did it want, and how long before it found it? I got my answer sooner than I expected. On the night of December 19th, I was parked outside the elementary school, one of my regular patrol stops, when my radio crackled to life. It was Deputy Mills, and he sounded scared. "Sheriff, you need to get down to Elm Street, near the old Hutchinson place. We've got a situation." The Hutchinson place had been empty for 3 years, ever since old Frank Hutchinson died and his kids moved away. It was one of those big Victorian houses that looked imposing during the day and downright sinister at night. I'd been meaning to ask the city council about having it condemned, but there were always more pressing matters. I found Mills standing at the edge of the property, flashlight in hand, looking pale even in the dim glow of the streetlights. "What's the situation, Deputy?" He pointed toward the house with a shaking hand. "The lights are on, Sheriff. All of them. But there ain't supposed to be no power to that place. City turned it off 2 years ago." I looked up at the house, and sure enough, every window was glowing with a warm, yellow light. It looked almost welcoming, like someone was having a party inside. But there was something wrong with the quality of that light. It flickered occasionally, not like electric lights, but like candles or oil lamps. "You go inside?" "No, sir. Figured I'd wait for you." "But Sheriff," he lowered his voice, "I've been hearing things. Voices coming from inside. Like a whole crowd of people talking at once." We approached the house together, our footsteps loud on the frost-covered walkway. The front door was standing open, and that warm light spilled out onto the porch. As we got closer, I could indeed hear voices, a low murmur of conversation, like a cocktail party in full swing. But when we reached the doorway and looked inside, the house was empty. Not just unoccupied, empty. No furniture, no carpets, nothing but bare floors and walls. Yet the voices continued, seeming to come from all around us. And the lights that had been so visible from the street were nowhere to be seen. The interior of the house was dark as pitch. "Sheriff," Mills whispered, "we should leave." I was inclined to agree with him, but that's when I heard it, a familiar voice among the others. My own voice, but older, more tired. "Been sheriff of Millhaven for 37 years. The voice was saying. "And I've seen plenty that would make most folks sleep with their lights on." It was me, telling this very story. But not me as I was at that moment, me as I would be years in the future, relating these events as a memory. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Whatever was in this house, whatever was walking backward through our streets, it existed outside of normal time. It could see the past and future as clearly as the present. That's when he appeared. The backward walker emerged from the darkness of the house, still moving in that peculiar gliding motion, still mouthing silent words. But now I could see his face clearly, and what I saw there made my knees go weak. It was me. Not exactly me, but close enough to be my brother, my cousin, some relative I'd never met. The same basic features, but aged and weathered by decades I hadn't lived. His eyes held a terrible knowledge, and when they fixed on mine, I felt that bone-deep cold settle into my very soul. His mouth was still working, forming words with desperate intensity. And suddenly, impossibly, I could hear them, not with my ears, but directly in my mind. The stories, he was saying. All the stories. Every tale ever told, every secret ever whispered, every confession ever made. They all lead here, to this moment, to this choice. I tried to speak, to ask what choice, but no words would come. The cold was too intense, and I felt something happening to me, something terrible. I could feel time moving around me like a river, could sense the years flowing past and through me. Mills grabbed my arm. "Sheriff, we need to go." Now. But I couldn't move. The backward walker was still approaching, still mouthing those silent words that echoed in my skull. And I understood, with a clarity that was almost painful, what he was offering. All the stories. Every mystery, every unsolved case, every question that had ever plagued me in my years as sheriff. He could give me the answers. All I had to do was let him in, let him take what he needed, let him age me into the storyteller I was destined to become. The choice, he whispered in my mind. Tell the stories willingly, or have them taken from you. But the stories must be told. I felt Mills pulling at my arm, heard him shouting my name, but it all seemed to be coming from very far away. The backward walker was close now, close enough that I could see my own reflection in his ancient eyes. And in that reflection, I saw myself as I would be, older, wearier, sitting at a desk in some future time, telling stories about the strange things that happened in a small town called Millhaven. "Sheriff!" Mill's voice cut through the spell like a knife. "The house!" I looked around and realized that the Victorian was changing. The walls were shifting, reforming themselves into different configurations. Sometimes it was the empty house we'd entered, sometimes it was furnished with antique pieces, sometimes it was something else entirely, a cabin, a mansion, a simple farmhouse. All the places where stories had been told, where mysteries had unfolded, where the unexplained had become legend. I understood then. The backward walker wasn't just some supernatural entity wandering through our town. He was the collector of stories, the keeper of mysteries. He moved backward through time, gathering tales from the future to carry into the past, ensuring that the stories would always exist, would always be told. And he'd chosen me to be his voice in this time, in this place. "I won't," I said aloud, surprising myself with the strength of my own voice. "I won't let you take my years." The backward walker smiled then, and it was a sad, understanding expression. "You already have," he said. "Every story you've told, every mystery you've pondered, every long night spent wondering about the strange things in this world, you've been aging into this moment your entire life. I'm not taking anything from you. I'm simply showing you what you've already become." The cold intensified, and I felt something shifting inside me, like tumblers falling into place in a very old lock. Memories that weren't quite memories began to surface. Stories I would tell, cases I would investigate, mysteries that hadn't happened yet but somehow already lived in my bones. Mills was shouting something, but I couldn't make out the words anymore. The house around us continued to shift and change, cycling through decades of configuration in the space of seconds. And through it all, the backward walker stood perfectly still, no longer moving, no longer mouthing silent words. "Tell the stories," he said simply. "Tell them true, and tell them complete. That's all I ask." I wanted to refuse, wanted to fight against whatever was happening to me. But deep down, I knew he was right. I'd been collecting these stories my entire career, filing them away in the back of my mind, waiting for the right time to share them. The strange calls, the unexplained sightings, the cases that never quite made sense. They were all part of something larger, something that connected past and future in ways I was only beginning to understand. "How many stories?" I asked. "All of them," he replied. "Every mystery Millhaven has ever known, and every mystery it ever will know. You're the keeper now, Sheriff. The one who makes sure they don't fade away." The house gave one final, shuddering transformation, and then we were standing in the empty Victorian again, surrounded by darkness and silence. The backward walker was gone, and the terrible cold had lifted. But something had changed inside me. I could feel it, a weight of stories, of knowledge, of mysteries yet to be solved. Mills was staring at me with wide eyes. "Sheriff? Sheriff, are you all right?" I looked at him, and for a moment I saw him as he would be in 20 years, grayer, wearing a sheriff's badge of his own, dealing with his own inexplicable cases. The vision lasted only a second, but it was enough. "I'm fine, Deputy," I said, though we both knew that wasn't entirely true. "Let's head back to the station." As we walked back to our patrol cars, I could feel the stories settling into my mind like sediment in still water. They would stay there, I knew, growing stronger with each passing year, until the time came to share them. Until the night when I would sit at my desk, much older and wearier, and begin to speak into a recording device about the strange things that happened in Millhaven. About the backward walker, and the choice he offered. About the stories that must be told. That was 15 years ago now. 15 years of carrying those stories, of feeling them age me from the inside out. Every gray hair, every line on my face, every ache in my joints, they're all payment for the mysteries I've witnessed, the secrets I've kept. But tonight, I'm finally ready to share them. Starting with this one, the story of how I became the keeper of Millhaven's mysteries, the guardian of its secrets, the voice that ensures its strangest tales don't fade into silence. Mills is sheriff now, just as I saw he would be. He'll face his own choices soon enough, his own encounters with the backward walker. Because the stories never end, and someone always has to tell them. Someone always has to remember. And sometimes, in the small hours of the night when the wind is just right, I can still feel that bone-deep cold. Still sense something moving backward through our streets, collecting the tales that haven't been told yet, aging them into memories, preparing them for the next keeper. The next one who will watch a figure pass by their window, and feel the air turn freezing cold. The stories must be told. All of them. End of recording. I peeked once as a kid. Now I know exactly how this ends. 37 years I wore the badge in Millbrook, and in all that time, I never told a soul what I saw through that window on Elm Street when I was 9 years old. Not my wife, God rest her soul. Not my deputy. Not even Father McKenna during my darkest confessions. Some secrets eat at you slow, like rust on iron, until there's nothing left but the shape of what used to be whole. But I'm 83 now, and the cancer's got me good. Doc Patterson says I've got maybe 6 months, maybe less. So I reckon it's time to set the record straight about what happened in the summer of '89, when 3 people died in Millbrook and the window on Elm Street finally got boarded up for good. The Hartwell place had been standing empty since before I was born. 3 stories of weathered, clapboard and broken dreams, sitting like a bad tooth in the mouth of our main street. The ground floor windows had been boarded up with plywood sometime in the 30s, but there was one window on the 2nd floor, dead center, facing the street, that nobody ever touched. Just left it alone, like it was something sacred. Or cursed. Every kid in town knew about the window. Hell, every adult too, though they pretended otherwise. The story went that if you looked through that window, really looked, not just a quick glance, you'd see your own death play out like a movie. Some said it showed you when, some said it showed you how. All I knew for certain was that my grandmother had grabbed me by the ear when she caught me staring up at it from the sidewalk, dragged me home, and made me promise on her Bible that I'd never so much as look in that direction again. But 9-year-old boys don't keep promises worth a damn, especially when the forbidden thing is staring down at them every day on their way to school. It was a Tuesday in July when I finally worked up the nerve. The kind of day where the heat sits on the town like a wool blanket, making everything shimmer and slow. I'd been planning it for weeks, how I'd sneak around to the back of the Hartwell place, climb the old oak tree, and peer through that window just long enough to prove to myself it was all nonsense. Just an empty room with maybe some old furniture and dust. The oak's branches had grown close enough to the house that I could step right onto the narrow ledge outside the window. The glass was dirty, filmed with decades of grime and spider webs, but I could make out shapes in the darkness beyond. I pressed my face close, cupped my hands around my eyes to block the glare. What I saw in that room wasn't my death. It was my life. I saw myself at 17, shaking hands with Sheriff Morrison as he pinned the deputy badge to my shirt. I saw my wedding day, Sarah in her mother's dress, her face bright as morning sun. I saw our son taking his first steps in the kitchen of our little house on Pine Street. I saw myself in this very uniform, older, grayer, standing over a grave in Millbrook Cemetery while other uniformed men folded a flag. It should have been wonderful, seeing all those good things spread out before me like promises. But there was something wrong with the images, something that made my skin crawl even as I watched my future unfold. They moved too smoothly, like they were being performed rather than lived. And behind every happy moment, lurking in the corners of each scene, I could see shadows moving with a purpose all their own. When the visions finally faded and I found myself staring at my own reflection in the dirty glass, I understood why nobody talked about the window. It wasn't what you saw that cursed you. It was the knowing. The terrible weight of watching your whole life play out while you were still young enough to believe you had choices. I climbed down from that tree a different boy than the one who'd climbed up. For the next 40 years, I lived every day knowing exactly how it would unfold, watching each predicted moment arrive right on schedule like stops on a train route I couldn't get off. Until the summer of '89, when the predictions stopped matching up. It started with Billy Kowalski. Billy was 22, worked at the grain elevator, lived with his mother in the same house where he'd been born. Simple kid, not much between the ears, but harmless as August rain. He came into my office on a Tuesday morning, seemed like Tuesdays were always trouble in Millbrook, with his cap in his hands and terror in his eyes. "Sheriff," he said, his voice shaking like a leaf in a storm. "I looked through that window. The one at the old Hartwell place." I felt something cold settle in my stomach. "Billy, that's nothing but foolishness. Just stories old women tell to keep kids from trespassing." He shook his head, tears starting to track down his cheeks. "I saw myself die, Sheriff. Clear as I'm seeing you now. It's gonna happen Thursday night, out by Miller's Pond. I'm gonna drown." I tried to talk sense into him, but Billy was past listening. He'd seen something in that window that had shaken him to his core, and no amount of rational explanation was going to change his mind. I sent him home with instructions to stay away from Miller's Pond and a promise that I'd check on him come Thursday. Thursday night, Billy Kowalski drowned in Miller's Pond. By the time we pulled his body from the water, he'd been dead for hours. No signs of foul play, no alcohol in his system. Just a 22-year-old kid who'd apparently decided to go for a swim in the dark and never came back up. The coroner ruled it an accident, but I knew better. Billy had seen his death in that window, and somehow, knowing about it had made it happen. Like he'd been drawn to fulfill a prophecy that might never have come to pass if he just minded his own business. That should have been the end of it. One tragic accident, one more story to add to the dark folklore surrounding the Hartwell place. But death has a way of attracting death in small towns, like metal filings drawn to a magnet. Martha Henley was next. Martha ran the flower shop on Main Street, had done so for 30 years. She was the kind of woman who knew everyone's business and wasn't shy about sharing it, but in the harmless way of someone who genuinely cared about her neighbors. When she didn't open her shop on Monday morning, I went to check on her. I found her sitting in her kitchen, staring out the window at nothing. She didn't even look up when I called her name. Just sat there in her housecoat, coffee gone cold in the cup beside her. "Martha?" I knelt beside her chair. "Martha, are you all right?" When she finally turned to look at me, I saw the same expression I'd seen on Billy's face. That hollow, haunted look of someone who'd glimpsed something they were never meant to see. "I looked through the window, Sheriff," she whispered. "Yesterday, after church. I don't know what got into me. 47 years I've lived in this town, and I never once set foot on that property. But something drew me there, like I was sleepwalking." "What did you see, Martha?" She was quiet for so long I thought she hadn't heard me. When she spoke again, her voice was barely audible. "I saw myself in the hospital. Machines all around me, tubes running into my arms. My daughter was there, holding my hand, crying. And I could hear the doctors talking in the hallway, saying there was nothing more they could do. I stayed with Martha for the rest of the day, but there was nothing I could do for her either. She'd already given up, already accepted what she believed was coming. When the ambulance came 3 days later, she went without protest. The heart attack took her that night, exactly like she'd seen in the window. 2 deaths in 2 weeks. In a town the size of Millbrook, that kind of thing doesn't go unnoticed. People started talking in hushed voices at the diner, crossing themselves when they passed the Hartwell place. Old superstitions that had been buried for decades suddenly seemed fresh and urgent. I should have boarded up that window then. Should have nailed plywood over it and posted signs warning people to stay away. But I didn't, and I'll carry that weight to my grave. Because I was curious. After 40 years of living out exactly what I'd seen in that window, I wanted to know what happened when the visions went wrong. The third victim found me instead of the other way around. Rebecca Santos, 16 years old, came to my office on a Saturday evening when I was finishing up paperwork. She was Carlos Santos's daughter. Carlos ran the hardware store, and she had that particular brand of stubborn courage that only teenage girls possess. "Sheriff, I need to tell you something," she said, settling into the chair across from my desk without being invited. "It's about the window." I felt my blood turn to ice water. "Rebecca, please tell me you didn't." "I had to," she interrupted. "After what happened to Billy and Mrs. Henley, I had to know. I had to see for myself if it was real." "And what did you see?" She was quiet for a moment, picking at a loose thread on her jacket sleeve. When she looked up at me, there was something in her eyes I'd never seen before. Not fear, exactly. More like disappointment. "I saw myself old," she said. "Really old, like 70 or 80. I was in a nursing home somewhere, sitting by a window, looking out at a garden. There were people around me, children, grandchildren maybe. They were talking and laughing, but I couldn't hear them. I was just there. Existing. Waiting to die. Of all the visions that window could have shown her, that seemed like the kindest. A long life, surrounded by family. I started to feel a small measure of relief. "That doesn't sound so terrible, Rebecca." She shook her head. "You don't understand, Sheriff. I could feel what she was feeling, what I was feeling. The loneliness. The emptiness. Like I'd spent my whole life waiting for something that never came. Like every day between now and then was just marking time. Rebecca Santos killed herself that night. Hung herself from the rafters in her bedroom with the length of rope she'd taken from her father's hardware store. The note she left was short. I can't live with that much emptiness. I won't. 3 deaths. 3 people who'd looked through that window and seen their futures, only to find those futures so unbearable they chose to escape them the only way they could. And the window kept staring down at our town, patient as a spider in its web. I called the city council into emergency session the next Monday. Told them we needed to board up that window once and for all, maybe even condemn the whole building. But small-town politics are a strange beast, and the Hartwell property was tied up in legal knots that went back generations. 3 different families claimed ownership, and none of them could agree on what to do with the place. While they argued and filed papers and hired lawyers, I took matters into my own hands. I bought a sheet of plywood from Carlos Santos. Poor man could barely look at me, his daughter not even buried yet, and drove to the Hartwell place with my toolbox and a heart full of determination. The ladder I'd borrowed from the fire station was just tall enough to reach the second-floor window. As I climbed, hammer and nails in my belt, I tried not to think about what I might see if I accidentally caught a glimpse through the glass. 40 years ago, that window had shown me my whole life. What would it show me now, with death already knocking at my door? I positioned the plywood carefully, not looking at the window itself, focusing only on the wood and the nails and the simple task at hand. But as I raised my hammer for the first blow, I heard something that stopped me cold. Weeping. Soft, heartbroken weeping coming from inside the house. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe a cat that had gotten trapped inside. But the sound was too regular, too human. Someone was crying in that empty house, and the sound was coming from the room behind the window. Against every instinct I possessed, I turned to look through the glass. The room wasn't empty. It never had been. There were people in there, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. They filled the space like shadows made solid, all of them staring out through the window with expressions of infinite sadness. I recognized some of the faces: Billy Kowalski, Martha Henley, Rebecca Santos. But there were others too, faces I didn't know but somehow understood. Everyone who had ever looked through that window, trapped forever in the moment of their seeing. And in the center of the room, clearer than all the rest, stood a 9-year-old boy with my face. He was looking right at me, mouthing words I couldn't hear but understood perfectly. You can't board up what's already inside you. I fell off that ladder, broke my arm in 2 places and cracked 3 ribs. When Deputy Hanson found me an hour later, unconscious in the weeds behind the Hartwell place, I told him I'd slipped. Just an old man being careless with a ladder. But I knew the truth. The window didn't need to be open to do its work. It had already shown everyone in that room their death, and mine was coming whether I boarded it up or not. The cancer that would eat me alive, the slow fade into nothing that waited at the end of all my careful plans. They boarded up the window while I was in the hospital. Did a proper job of it too, with thick plywood and long nails. But it doesn't matter. Windows are just holes in walls, and what matters isn't the seeing, it's the knowing. I've been living with that knowledge for 40 years now, watching my life unfold exactly as predicted, every joy and sorrow arriving right on schedule. But here's what I learned in those final moments before I fell. The window doesn't show you your death to curse you. It shows you your death to free you. Because once you know how the story ends, you can stop pretending the middle matters. You can stop fighting the current, and just let it carry you where it's always been taking you anyway. The Hartwell place is still standing, still empty, still waiting. They tore it down once, back in '92, but somehow it was standing again the next morning, looking exactly the same as before. Some things in this world are bigger than bulldozers and city ordinances. The window's boarded up, but it's still there behind the wood. Still showing anyone brave enough or foolish enough to look exactly what they need to see. And someday, when the wood rots away or the nails work loose, it'll be ready to serve its purpose again. Because that's what windows do. They show you what's on the other side. And sometimes, what's on the other side is you. I can feel it starting now, the thing I saw all those years ago. The slow unwinding, the gradual letting go. Doc Patterson says it won't be long, and for once, I'm grateful to know exactly what's coming. Because I peaked once as a kid, and now I know exactly how this ends. The question that haunts me, though, in these final days, isn't about my own death. It's about all those faces I saw in that room, all those souls trapped in the moment of their knowing. Billy and Martha and poor Rebecca, and hundreds of others stretching back generations. Are they still there, behind that boarded window? Still watching, still waiting? And when my time comes, when the cancer finally claims me, will I join them? Will I become another shadow in that crowded room, staring out at the world through glass that shows only endings? I suppose I'll find out soon enough. The window's been patient this long. It can wait a little longer. But if you ever find yourself in Millbrook, walking down Elm Street past that old boarded-up house, do yourself a favor. Don't look up at that second-floor window. Don't wonder what's behind the plywood. Don't let curiosity get the better of you like it got the better of me all those years ago. Because some things are better left unknown. Some windows are better left unopened. And some endings are better left unseen until you can't avoid them anymore. The truth is, we're all walking toward that window eventually. The only difference is, some of us peek through the glass a little early. I peeked once as a kid. Now I know exactly how this ends. We boarded it up last week. Tonight, it's back across from my home. I've been sheriff of Millbrook County for 37 years, and in that time I've seen things that would make most folks question their sanity. Car accidents where the physics didn't add up. Missing persons who left footprints that just stopped. Bodies found in places they had no business being. But this house, this damned house, it's the one case that still wakes me at 3 in the morning, sweating through sheets that smell like old fear. It started 3 months ago, though I suspect it had been going on longer than any of us realized. Mrs. Henderson called the station on a Tuesday morning, voice all aflutter like a bird caught in a chimney. "Sheriff, there's a house on Maple Street that wasn't there yesterday." Now, Millbrook's the kind of place where everyone knows every building, every fence post, every crooked mailbox. We've got maybe 800 souls spread across 12 square miles of pine forest and red clay. The kind of town where newcomers stick out like bloodstains on white linen, and new construction requires 6 months of planning committee meetings where the same 12 people argue about property lines and septic systems. But there it was on Maple Street, squeezed between the Kowalski place and the old Murphy house like it had always belonged there. A narrow 2-story with peeling white paint and black shutters that hung at odd angles. The kind of place that looks tired, used up, like it had been lived in by too many people who stayed too long. I drove over to take a look, more to humor Mrs. Henderson than anything else. Sometimes folks get confused, especially the older ones. Memory plays tricks. But when I pulled up to Maple Street, there it was, exactly as she'd described. The strangest thing wasn't that it was there. It was how natural it looked. Like the street had been designed around it. The power lines bent just right to clear the roof. The sidewalk curved around what must have been the original property line. Even the old oak tree in the Murphy yard had a gap in its branches that framed the house's front porch perfectly. I knocked on the door, though something in my gut told me not to. No answer. Peered through the windows, but the glass was so dirty it might as well have been painted black. The mailbox had no name, no numbers. Just rust and a door that hung open like a mouth breathing in the morning air. I should have paid more attention to the smell that first day. Sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in a vase. The kind of smell that gets into your clothes and follows you home. That evening, I checked the county records. No permits for new construction on Maple Street. No recent property transfers. According to every official document we had, the lot between the Kowalski and Murphy houses was empty land, had been for 40 years. But there it was, casting a shadow across Mrs. Henderson's rose garden like it had been doing so for decades. I might have written it off as some kind of clerical error, maybe an old house that had been overlooked in the surveys. Stranger things had happened. But then Frank Morrison called Thursday morning. "Sheriff, you need to come see this. That house that was on Maple Street? It's on my block now." Frank lived on Cedar Avenue, 6 blocks east of Maple. When I arrived, there was the house, snug between the Methodist church and Danny Carroll's auto repair shop. Same peeling paint, same crooked shutters, same rust-stained mailbox gaping open. But now it looked like it belonged on Cedar Avenue. The church's stained glass window cast colored light across its front yard. The gravel from Danny's lot seemed to naturally extend right up to its foundation. I walked the perimeter, checking for foundation marks on Maple Street. Nothing. The grass grew even and undisturbed between the Kowalski and Murphy places, like there had never been a house there at all. Mrs. Henderson's roses had spread into the space, their roots looking established, years old. That's when I started keeping a log. Date, time, location. Like tracking a suspect, except the suspect was a building that shouldn't exist. Friday, Oak Street, between the library and the hardware store. Saturday, Mill Road, next to the old grist mill. Sunday, back on Maple Street. Each time, the house fit its new location like it had been designed for that exact spot. Each time, the previous location showed no signs it had ever been occupied. And each time, that smell lingered in the air, sweet decay, like fruit rotting from the inside out. The town started talking, the way small towns do. Hushed conversations at the diner, nervous laughter at the grocery store. Some folks claimed they'd seen lights in the windows at night, though the power company insisted there were no active lines to the building. Others swore they'd heard sounds, not quite music, not quite voices, but something that made them cross the street rather than walk too close. Old Pete Sawyer, who'd lived in Millbrook his whole 83 years, pulled me aside after Sunday service. "That house," he whispered, glancing over his shoulder like it might be listening. "My grandfather used to tell stories about a house like that. Said it belonged to the Blackwood family, back before the turn of the century. They were different. Kept to themselves. People said they practiced things that weren't Christian." Pete's grandfather had been a storyteller, the kind who'd spin tales to entertain children on long winter nights. But his eyes held the gravity of someone sharing gospel truth. "What happened to them?" I asked. "Fire," Pete said. "House burned down in 1897. Took the whole family with it. My grandfather said you could smell that fire for weeks afterward, even after the ashes were cold. Sweet smell like—" He paused, working his jaw like the words tasted bad. "Like flowers at a funeral." I spent that Sunday afternoon in the basement of the county courthouse, digging through records that hadn't been digitized, files that existed only on paper yellowed with age. It took 3 hours, but I found it, a fire report dated October 13, 1897. The Blackwood house, located on what was then called Church Street, had burned to the ground in the early morning hours. 4 deceased, Ezra Blackwood, his wife Sarah, and their twin daughters. Cause of fire unknown. Investigating officers' notes mentioned an unusual smell that persisted at the scene, described as sickeningly sweet, like lilies left to rot. Church Street had been renamed Mill Road sometime in the 1920s. I drove out there that evening as the sun was setting, though I can't say why. The house wasn't there. That day it had been on Elm Street, according to my log. But standing where the original Blackwood house had burned, I could smell it. Faint but unmistakable. Sweet decay drifting on the evening breeze. The next week brought a change in pattern. Instead of moving nightly, the house began staying in one location for several days at a time. First 3 days on Pine Street, then 4 days on Birch Avenue. But the smell grew stronger, and so did the reports of strange occurrences. Mary Ellen Pacheco swore she saw a woman in a white dress standing in the upstairs window, though when she looked again, the window was empty. Jim Bradley claimed his dog refused to walk past the house, would sit down and whine until Jim carried him to the other side of the street. The Morrison boy said he'd heard children singing, coming from inside the house, though he couldn't make out the words. I started patrolling past the house each night, noting its location, watching for any signs of activity. The windows remained dark, but sometimes I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, like shadows shifting behind the dirty glass. Once, I thought I saw a light flickering deep inside, not electric but warm and yellow like candle flame. But when I focused on it directly, there was nothing there. It was Deputy Martinez who first suggested the house might be trying to tell us something. "Think about it, Sheriff," he said during our Friday morning briefing. "It's not moving randomly. Look at your log. It's hitting specific locations, like it's searching for something. Or someone." I spread the map across my desk, marking each location with a red X. Martinez was right. The pattern wasn't random. The house was moving in a rough spiral, starting from the outer edges of town and working its way inward. Each location was significant, near the church, the library, the old mill. Places where people gathered, where the community centered itself. "What's at the center of the spiral?" Martinez asked. I traced the pattern with my finger, extending the line to its logical conclusion. My blood went cold. "The cemetery," I said. Millbrook Cemetery sat on a hill overlooking the town, established in 1843 and still in use. I'd walked those paths countless times, for funerals and investigations, had memorized the names on the oldest headstones. But I'd never paid attention to the section reserved for victims of the 1897 fire. I found the Blackwood graves in the northeast corner, for simple markers weathered smooth by more than a century of seasons. Ezra, Sarah, and the twins, Constance and Prudence, both aged 7. The graves looked undisturbed, but the grass around them had yellowed and died, forming a perfect circle about 10 feet in diameter. And that smell hung heavy in the air, sweet and sick. That night, the house appeared directly across from the cemetery gates. I parked at the end of Hillcrest Road and watched through binoculars as darkness settled over the town. The house sat there like a patient predator, its broken shutters and peeling paint looking more decrepit than ever. But there was something else now, something that made my hands shake as I adjusted the focus. The windows weren't empty anymore. In the upstairs window, barely visible through the grime, stood a woman in a white dress. She didn't move, didn't gesture, just stood there facing the cemetery with the stillness of the dead. In the window beside her, 2 smaller figures, children, from their size, pressed their faces against the glass like they were trying to see something beyond the hill. I called Martinez on the radio, told him to meet me at the cemetery. When he arrived 20 minutes later, his face was pale. "Sheriff, I just drove past that house. There are lights in every window now. And I swear I heard voices, a whole family talking, like they were having dinner." We walked the cemetery together, flashlights cutting through the darkness between the headstones. The blackwood graves looked the same as they had that afternoon, but the circle of dead grass had grown larger. And now I could see what the figures in the house had been looking at. There was a fifth grave, one that hadn't been there before. Fresh dug earth mounded between Sarah and Constance Blackwood, with a simple wooden marker that bore no name. Just a date, today's date. Jesus Christ, Martinez whispered. Sheriff, whose grave is that? I didn't answer, because I was staring at something else. Something that made my stomach clench with the kind of fear you feel in nightmares. The wooden marker wasn't blank after all. Carved into the wood, rough and uneven like it had been done with fingernails, was a single word. Welcome. We stood there in the darkness, two grown men with guns and badges, paralyzed by the impossibility of what we were seeing. That's when we heard it, the sound of a door opening across the street. Not slamming, not creaking on rusty hinges, but opening with the quiet deliberacy of someone coming home. Footsteps on wooden porch steps. Slow, measured, like someone carrying a heavy burden. I turned my flashlight toward the house, and what I saw will haunt me until the day I die. The front door stood open, and there in the doorway was a figure silhouetted by warm yellow light. A man, tall and thin, wearing clothes that looked like they belonged to another century. He was carrying something in his arms, something wrapped in white cloth. As we watched, paralyzed, he walked down the porch steps and across the street toward the cemetery. His footsteps made no sound on the pavement. The thing in his arms never moved. Martinez grabbed my shoulder, his fingers digging in like claws. Sheriff, we need to go. We need to go right now. But I couldn't move. Couldn't look away. The figure was walking directly toward us, toward the Blackwood graves, and I could see his face now in the moonlight. Gaunt, hollow-eyed, with skin the color of old parchment. But it was the smile that nearly broke my mind, a wide, welcoming smile that belonged on a minister greeting parishioners, not on something that had climbed out of a grave. He stopped at the fresh dug earth and gently, tenderly, laid his burden down. The white cloth fell away, and I saw what he'd been carrying. A child. Small, pale, with dark hair spread across the makeshift pillow like spilled ink. The Morrison boy, I realized with sick certainty. The one who'd heard children singing. The figure looked up at us then, still smiling that horrible, welcoming smile, and spoke in a voice like autumn leaves scraping across concrete. Thank you for coming to the service. We've been waiting so long for our family to be complete. That's when Martinez and I ran. Ran like cowards, like children fleeing from monsters under the bed. We stumbled through the cemetery, tripping over headstones and fighting through overgrown brush, until we reached the patrol car. Martinez's hands shook so badly he couldn't get the key in the ignition. We drove straight to the station and called every deputy, every volunteer firefighter, every able-bodied man we could rouse from bed. By dawn, we had 30 people surrounding the house on Hillcrest Road, armed with everything from hunting rifles to fire axes. But the house was empty. Not just unoccupied, empty in a way that suggested it had been vacant for decades. The floors were rotted through in places, the walls stained with water damage and mold. The smell of sweet decay was overwhelming, mixed now with something else, the acrid stench of old smoke, like a fire that had never quite gone out. We found no sign of the Morrison boy. His parents reported him missing that morning, said he'd never come home from school the previous day. We searched the house top to bottom, then tore up the floorboards and checked the basement. Nothing. But in the upstairs bedroom, scratched into the window frame in the same rough hand that had carved the cemetery marker, were 4 words. He wanted to stay. The Morrison boy was never found. The case remains open, though officially we list him as a runaway. There's no evidence of foul play, No signs of struggle, no witnesses to anything unusual. Just a 12-year-old boy who walked home from school one day and vanished like morning mist. We boarded up the house that morning, nailed sheets of plywood over every window and door, posted it as condemned property, and filed all the paperwork with the county. As far as the official record shows, it's just another abandoned building on Hillcrest Road, the kind that small towns are full of. But it doesn't stay boarded up. Every few days, the boards fall away, stacked neatly beside the front porch like someone took them down to do some spring cleaning. We replace them, and they fall away again. After the third time, I stopped trying. The house still moves, though less frequently now. Once or twice a month, I'll get a call from some worried citizen reporting a strange building on their street. I dutifully drive over, take notes, and file a report. But I don't investigate anymore. Don't knock on the door or peer through the windows. Some knowledge carries too high a price. Last month, I saw something that confirmed my worst fears. The house had appeared on Sycamore Street, and as I was driving past to log its location, I glimpsed movement in the upstairs window. Not one figure this time, but 5. A family portrait arranged behind the dirty glass. 2 adults and 3 children, all dressed in white, all smiling that same terrible welcoming smile. The third child was small, with dark hair and a face I recognized from missing person posters. Tonight, as I sit in my kitchen writing this account, the house stares at me from across the street. It's been there for 3 days now, the longest it's stayed in one place since this all began. The windows are dark, but I know they're watching. Waiting. I've lived in this house for 40 years, raised my children here, buried my wife from the front parlor. But I think it's time to leave. Time to pack what matters and drive until Millbrook is just a memory in my rearview mirror. Because tonight, I found something slipped under my front door. A hand-drawn invitation, written in a child's careful script. Dear Sheriff, you are cordially invited to join our family for dinner. We promise you'll want to stay forever. With love, the Blackwood family. At the bottom, in that same rough hand that carved the cemetery marker, someone had added, He's been so lonely without you. I can smell lilies rotting in the evening air. Sweet decay drifting through my windows like perfume. And somewhere across the street, I swear I can hear children singing, their voices high and pure and terrible. The song is almost familiar, like a lullaby I might have known once, before I learned to be afraid of the dark. I think I hear my name in the melody. I think it's time to go. But first I wanted to get this down on paper. Someone should know what happened here. Someone should remember the Morrison boy, and all the others who might follow. Because the house is patient, and Millbrook is small, and there are always new families moving to town, drawn by the quiet streets and friendly neighbors. They'll learn soon enough that some houses are more than just wood and nails and memories. Some houses are hungry. Some houses remember. And some houses never forgive the living for being warm. Sheriff's note. This account was found on Sheriff William Hayes' kitchen table, along with his badge and service weapon. Sheriff Hayes has been missing for 2 weeks. The house on Hillcrest Road remains boarded up, though residents report seeing lights in the windows at night. The Blackwood graves now number 6, though the 6th marker bears no name. Only a date, and a single word carved deep into the wood. Welcome. The water turned to ink, and the screaming started before sunrise. I've been sheriff of Millhaven for 37 years, and in all that time, I never once believed the old stories about the Blackwood River. Not until that October morning in 1987, when Mrs. Hartwell came running into my office with her nightgown still on, and her hair wild as a storm. The coffee was still brewing when she burst through the door, her bare feet slapping against the linoleum like wet fish against the dock. She couldn't catch her breath long enough to form proper words, just kept pointing toward the river and making this awful sound in the back of her throat, like something important had torn loose inside her chest. "Sheriff," she finally managed, gripping my desk so hard her knuckles went white as old bone. "The river's gone black. Black as tar, and there's things moving in it. Now, the Blackwood runs right through the heart of our little town, maybe 100 yards behind Main Street. Clear water, mostly shallow, full of trout and crawdads. Kids have been swimming in it for generations. But that morning, when I walked out to take a look, the whole river had turned the color of used motor oil. The smell hit me first, something between rotting fish and burnt rubber, with an undertone of metal that made my teeth ache. The water moved wrong, too. Instead of the usual babble and rush, it flowed silent and thick, like syrup poured from a great height. No insects buzzed near the banks. No birds sang in the willows. And the screaming Mrs. Hartwell mentioned? I heard it then, carried on the morning air. Human voices, maybe a dozen of them, all coming from different directions along the riverbank. But here's what made my spine crawl. They weren't screams of fear or pain. They were screams of recognition. Like people seeing something they'd been expecting their whole lives, something they'd hoped never to meet. I radioed for backup, but the static was so thick I couldn't make out Bill's response from the station. The radio crackled with what sounded like whispers, dozens of them, all speaking at once in languages I'd never heard. I switched it off and walked downstream, following the black water toward the center of town. The Hartwell place sits on a bend where the river curves around a stand of old birch trees. Those trees have stood there since before the town was founded, their white bark scarred with symbols that local kids carved for decades. Initials, hearts, crude drawings. But that morning, every mark on every tree had changed. The old carvings had become something else entirely, strange geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly, as if they were moving when I wasn't watching. That's when I saw the first one. It looked like a person at first glance, standing waist-deep in the black water about 20 yards downstream. But people don't stand that still, and they don't have skin that reflects light like wet vinyl. I called out, "You there, you need to get out of the water." But it didn't respond. Didn't even turn its head. So I walked closer, my boots squelching in the muddy bank, and I got a better look. The thing had the general shape of a man, but its proportions were wrong. Arms too long, torso too narrow, head tilted at an angle that would have snapped a human neck. Its skin was white as fresh snow, but translucent, like you could see shadows moving underneath. When I got within 10 feet of the water's edge, it finally turned toward me. I've seen plenty of dead bodies in my time as sheriff. Car accidents, hunting mishaps, the occasional drowning. I thought I knew what death looked like. But this thing's face was wrong in ways that made my brain reject what my eyes were telling me. It had features, nose, mouth, eyes, but they were arranged like a child's drawing of a person, close but not quite right. And when it smiled, I saw that its teeth were made of the same black substance as the water. That's when the screaming got louder. I turned and saw more people, or things that had once been people, standing along both sides of the river. They'd risen from the black water while I wasn't looking, dozens of them, all with that same translucent skin and wrong proportions. Some I recognized, old Pete Kowalski, who drowned 3 summers back when his fishing boat capsized. Sarah Chin, the teenager who'd gone missing last spring. Even my own deputy, Jim Clearwater, who'd supposedly moved to Portland for a better job 2 years prior. They were all watching me with those misplaced features, all smiling with black teeth, and the screaming was coming from their mouths even though their lips never moved. I backed away from the water, my hand instinctively moving to my service weapon, though I had the sinking feeling that bullets wouldn't help me here. The black river flowed between them like a highway, and I could see shapes moving beneath the surface. Larger shapes, older ones, things that had never been human at all. The sun was fully up by then, but the light seemed wrong, filtered through air that had turned slightly gray, as if the very atmosphere had thickened. I made it back to Main Street, but the town felt different. Empty. The few people I did see, old Mr. Peterson sweeping his storefront, young Danny Martinez riding his bike to school, they all had that same translucent quality to their skin, that same wrong arrangement of features. I ran for my patrol car, thinking I'd drive to the county seat, get help from the state police. But when I turned the key, the radio crackled to life on its own, and I heard my own voice coming through the speaker. The water turned to ink, and the screaming started before sunrise. That's when I understood. The black water didn't just change people, it changed time itself, creating loops and eddies where the same events played out over and over. I was caught in one of those loops, doomed to discover the horror anew each morning, to watch my town fill with things that wore human faces but moved to rhythms older than memory. I've been living this day for 37 years now, though it feels like centuries. Each morning, Mrs. Hartwell bursts through my door with wild hair and bare feet. Each morning, I walk to the river and see the black water flowing silent and thick. Each morning, I meet the things that rise from its depths, wearing the faces of people I've known and lost. But I've learned things in all those repeated mornings. I've learned that the black water comes from somewhere deep beneath our town, from caverns that were old when the first humans walked upright. I've learned that certain dates thin the barriers between what is and what should never be, and that October has always been a hungry month in Millhaven. Most importantly, I've learned that the screaming isn't random. It's a warning, passed down through generations of people who've seen the black water rise. They're trying to tell us something, these translucent figures with their rearranged faces. They're trying to say that the water doesn't just change, it preserves. And everything it has ever touched, everyone it has ever claimed, they're all still down there in the deep places, waiting for the barriers to thin again. The sun is starting to set now, and I can feel tomorrow morning approaching like a tide. In a few hours, I'll be asleep in my bed, and then Mrs. Hartwell will come bursting through my door again with her wild hair and bare feet, and the whole cycle will begin anew. But lately, I've noticed small changes. The black water stays a little longer each time before returning to its normal clear flow. The translucent people linger a few minutes more before sinking back beneath the surface. And the screaming carries new voices now, people I recognize from the neighboring towns, from the county seat, from places I've never even visited. The black water is spreading, you see. Each cycle, each loop, it claims a little more territory, adds a few more voices to its chorus. And one day, maybe soon, maybe in another 37 years of repeated mornings, it won't retreat at all. One day, the water will turn to ink everywhere, from sea to shining sea, and the screaming will start before sunrise all across the world. The barriers will thin to nothing, and everything that has ever been lost to deep water will rise again, wearing faces we almost recognize, speaking truths we're not equipped to understand. I know this because sometimes, in the quiet moments between one loop and the next, I can hear them whispering down there in the black depths. They're not malevolent, these preserved souls. They're not evil in any human sense. They're just different now. Changed by waters that flow backward through time, shaped by pressures that exist only in the spaces between seconds. And they want to share what they've learned. The thing that used to be Deputy Clearwater told me once, during a moment when the loop stuttered and he could speak clearly. It's not death, Sheriff. It's just a different kind of living. The water doesn't kill, it reveals. Shows you what you really are underneath all that flesh and bone and fleeting thought. I didn't understand then. I thought he was trying to comfort me, to make the horror seem less horrible. But now, after all these years of watching the same day unfold, I'm starting to see what he meant. The black water doesn't create monsters, it uncovers them. It strips away the pretense of humanity and shows us the ancient, hungry things we've always been beneath our carefully constructed civilizations. Mrs. Hartwell knows this too, though she doesn't remember from one loop to the next. In her moments of clarity, when the cycle hiccups and she can think beyond her script, she's told me about the dreams. Everyone in Millhaven has them, she says. Dreams of swimming in black water, of breathing liquid darkness, of seeing the world from impossible angles. We're all in the river already, she whispered to me once. We just haven't realized we're drowning yet. The old-timers used to have stories about this, passed down through generations of settlers who built their homes along the Blackwood's banks. They called it the hungry season, that time each October when the barrier between water and void grew thin. They had rituals, protections, ways of keeping the deep things at bay. But progress came to Millhaven, as it comes to all small towns, and the old knowledge was dismissed as superstition. We paved over the stone circles that marked the danger zones. We built houses on the burial grounds where the old people used to lay their protective charms. We dammed the river upstream and redirected its flow, thinking we could control waters that had been running free since before the mountains rose. And every change we made, every modern improvement we installed, weakened the barriers a little more. I've had time to think about all this, cycling through the same day again and again. Time to study the patterns, to understand the connections. The black water isn't random, it's responding to something. A call, perhaps, or a signal sent from deeper places than any ocean trench. Sometimes, in the space between one scream and the next, I catch glimpses of those deeper places. Vast caverns filled with water that has never seen sunlight, where things older than continents drift through currents that flow in directions human geometry can't describe. Cities down there, too, built from materials that exist only in the spaces between atoms, populated by beings who learned to breathe liquid eons before the first fish crawled onto dry land. They're not evil, these deep dwellers. Evil is a human concept, irrelevant to creatures who measure time in geological ages. They simply are, in the same way that gravity is, or entropy, or the slow heat death of the universe. And like all fundamental forces, they seek equilibrium. The black water is their gift to us, a chance to join them in their timeless dance, to shed our brief human concerns and embrace perspectives that span millennia. They don't understand why we resist, why we scream and run when offered such transcendence. But I understand. I've been human for 63 years, sheriff for 37 of them. I've seen what people do when they're afraid, how they lash out at things they don't comprehend. I know why we build walls and dig trenches and create weapons to hold back the dark. It's because, deep down, we recognize what's waiting for us in those black waters. Not death, something worse. Or better, depending on your point of view. We recognize the truth that our ancestors knew and we've chosen to forget, that consciousness is just a brief flame flickering in an infinite void, and that flame has always been destined to be snuffed out. The black water offers permanence, preservation, a chance to burn forever in the deep places, unchanged and unchanging, part of something vast and ancient and terrifyingly patient. But the price is everything we think of as human. I can feel the morning approaching again, pulling me back toward the beginning of the loop. In a few hours, Mrs. Hartwell will burst through my door, and I'll walk down to the river, and I'll see the black water flowing silent and thick between banks lined with translucent figures. And maybe this time, instead of backing away, I'll walk into that water and let it close over my head. Maybe I'll finally stop fighting the current, and let it carry me down to those deep places where time moves differently, and the screaming becomes a song. Or maybe I'll do what I've done every morning for the past 37 years. I'll retreat to my patrol car and try the radio, hoping that this time I'll reach someone beyond the loop, someone who can help me understand what's happening to Millhaven. But understanding isn't the same as stopping, and I suspect that even if I could break free from this cycle, even if I could warn the world about the black water and the things it preserves, it wouldn't matter. The barriers have been thinning for decades, maybe centuries. What happened to our little town was just the beginning. The water has turned to ink, and the screaming has started before sunrise. And tomorrow morning, when Mrs. Hartwell comes running into my office with her wild hair and bare feet, I'll walk down to the river again and watch the same impossible day unfold, knowing that each repetition brings us closer to the time when the loops will stop and the black water will stay black forever. Until then, I remain Sheriff of Millhaven, keeper of a secret that grows heavier with each passing cycle, guardian of a truth that would drive most people mad if they truly understood it. The water remembers everything it touches. And it's been touching the world for a very long time. End recording. Sheriff's note: this testimony was recorded on October 13, 1987, though subsequent investigation revealed no record of a sheriff serving in Millhaven on that date. The town of Millhaven appears on no official maps, and the Blackwood River cannot be located by any known geographical survey. This recording was found in a safety deposit box registered to A.J. Clearwater, along with several other items of an unusual nature. The box had been rented for 37 years, with payments automatically deducted from an account that, according to bank records, never existed. All attempts to locate the source of this recording have been unsuccessful. Case remains open. I've reviewed 100 disappearances, and in every one, that thing standing there, crackling. 37 years I wore the badge in Millhaven, and I've seen enough to know that some files don't belong in any cabinet. They belong burned, scattered, forgotten. But forgetting's not something a man my age does well anymore, especially when the memories have teeth. It started with the Kowalski boy. Not his disappearance, that came later. It started with his job at the electronics shop on Elm Street, the one wedged between the pharmacy and that bakery that always smelled like burned sugar. Kid was maybe 19, worked part-time fixing old televisions and radios for folks too stubborn or too poor to buy new. This was back in '89, when Millhaven still had 3 working factories and people actually stayed after high school. The boy, Tommy, I think his name was, came into my office on a Tuesday morning in September. The air conditioning had been busted for a week, and the whole building felt like the inside of a shoe. He sat across from my desk, picking at a scab on his knuckle, and told me about the televisions. "They're all showing the same thing," he said. His voice had that quality you hear in people who've stopped sleeping right. Thin. Stretched. Different channels, different stations, but they all show the same thing. I asked him what they showed. Static. But not regular static. There's something in it. Shapes. The kid worked on maybe a dozen sets a week. Old Zeniths and RCAs, the kind with wood-grain sides and dials that clicked when you turned them. According to him, every single one had started displaying the same interference pattern when he powered them up. Not on every channel, just the ones that should have been clear. Channel 7 out of Albany. Channel 3 from Springfield. The local access channel that mostly showed school board meetings and high school football games. I thought maybe it was the antenna array up on Cedar Hill, he said. You know, interference from the new cell tower they put up. But the cell tower had been there for 3 years. And the pattern wasn't random electronic noise. It was structured. Deliberate. Like looking at a photograph through heavy snow. I told him to bring me one of the televisions. He delivered it that afternoon in the back of his rusted Datsun pickup. A Zenith Space Command from maybe 1975, the kind my grandmother had watched her stories on. We carried it into the station's break room and plugged it in. The picture tube warmed up with that familiar electrical whine, and sure enough, channels 3, 7, and 12 showed nothing but static. But the kid was right. There was something in the snow. If you stared long enough, and God help me, I did, you could make out shapes. Vertical lines that might have been buildings. Or trees. Or something tall and thin, standing perfectly still. The static moved and shifted, the way static does, but the shapes never moved. They just stood there, patient as tombstones. You see it? Tommy said. It wasn't a question. I saw it. But seeing something and understanding it are different animals entirely. And I'd learned over the years that most of the things that couldn't be understood were better left alone. I told the kid to stop fixing the old sets for a while. Maybe it was some kind of atmospheric thing. Solar flares. Industrial interference from the paper mill downriver. He nodded and loaded the television back into his truck. But I could see in his eyes that he didn't believe the explanations any more than I did. 3 days later, Mrs. Chen from the Chinese restaurant called to report that her security camera was acting up. This was unusual because Mrs. Chen had never called the police about anything in the 15 years she'd owned the Golden Dragon. She handled her own problems with a Louisville Slugger she kept behind the register, and a vocabulary of American curse words that would make a sailor proud. The camera was mounted above the back door of the restaurant, pointed at the narrow alley that ran behind the businesses on Elm Street. It recorded to one of those time-lapse VCR systems that cycled through a 12-hour tape every day. According to Mrs. Chen, the last 3 days of recordings showed the same interference as the television sets. But worse, she said when I arrived to look at the footage. She was a small woman with steel-gray hair and hands that moved like she was conducting an invisible orchestra. Much worse. She led me into the cluttered office behind the kitchen, where the security monitor sat on a desk covered with receipts and order forms. The screen showed the alley in black and white, grainy but clear enough to make out the dumpster and the fire escape ladder from the apartment building next door. She rewound the tape to the previous night and hit play. For the first few minutes, everything looked normal. The timestamp in the corner showed 11:47 p.m. The alley was empty except for a cat that appeared briefly at the edge of the frame before disappearing again. Then, at 11:52, the static began. It started as small patches of interference, like drops of electronic rain on the screen. But the patches grew larger, spreading across the image like ink in water. Within 30 seconds, half the screen was consumed by the crawling snow. And in the snow, the shapes were clearer than they'd been on the television. Much clearer. They looked like people. Tall, impossibly thin people standing in a line across the alley. But where their faces should have been was only more static, crackling and shifting like broken reception. They stood perfectly still while the interference moved around them, as if they were islands of calm in an electronic storm. "How long do they stay?" I asked. Mrs. Chen fast-forwarded the tape. The figures remained motionless for exactly 7 minutes and 33 seconds. Then the static faded, and the alley was empty again. "Every night," she said. "Same time. Same place. Same things." I asked if she'd seen anything unusual in the alley itself, outside of the camera footage. She shook her head, but there was something in her expression that made me think she wasn't telling the whole truth. "You go look," she said. "You go look right now, see what you see." The alley was maybe 30 feet long and barely wide enough for a car. The pavement was cracked and sprouting weeds, and the brick walls on either side were stained with decades of weather and neglect. I walked the length of it twice, examining every inch. Nothing unusual. No scorch marks, no strange odors, no indication that anything out of the ordinary had ever happened there. But standing in the exact spot where the figures appeared on the camera, I felt something. A subtle wrongness, like the feeling you get when someone's watching you from across a crowded room. The air felt heavier there, charged with a potential energy that made the hair on my arms stand up. I went back to Mrs. Chin and asked to see the tapes from the past week. The pattern had started 4 days earlier, the same night Tommy Kowalski had first mentioned the television interference. But on that first night, there had been only one figure. Tall, thin, motionless. The next night there were 2. Then 3. Then 4. How many last night? I asked. 7, Mrs. Chin said. Tonight will be 8. I didn't ask how she knew. In a town like Millhaven, people develop instincts about things that don't fit the normal pattern of days and nights. Most of the time, those instincts tell you to mind your own business and hope whatever's wrong fixes itself. But I was the sheriff. Minding other people's business was literally my job description. I spent the rest of the afternoon calling the other businesses on Elm Street, asking about security cameras and electronic equipment. The pharmacy had a camera system that had been showing interference for 3 days. The hardware store's radio played nothing but static on certain frequencies. Even the traffic light at the intersection of Elm and Main had been malfunctioning, cycling through its colors at irregular intervals. All of it centered on a 3-block radius around the electronics shop where Tommy Kowalski worked. By evening, I'd made a decision that I would regret for the rest of my life. I was going to stake out the alley behind the Golden Dragon and see what happened at 11:52 p.m. I parked at the end of Elm Street and walked back through the maze of alleys that connected the rear of the buildings. The air was still and humid, carrying the smell of cooking oil from the restaurant and something else underneath it. Something metallic and sharp, like the ozone smell before a thunderstorm. I positioned myself behind a dumpster about 50 feet from where the figures appeared on the camera footage. From there, I had a clear view of the alley while remaining hidden in the shadows. 11:47 came and went. Then 11:50. The alley remained empty. At 11:51, the streetlight at the mouth of the alley began to flicker. Not the random flickering of a failing bulb, but a steady, rhythmic pulse like a mechanical heartbeat. At 11:52 they appeared. Not gradually, the way they did on the camera footage. One moment the alley was empty, and the next moment they were simply there, as if they'd always been standing in that exact spot and I'd somehow failed to notice them. 7 figures, just as Mrs. Chin had said. Tall and impossibly thin, their proportions all wrong for human beings. They wore no clothing that I could discern, but their bodies seemed to be made of the same static interference I'd seen on the television screens. They flickered and shifted, their edges constantly moving while their overall shapes remained perfectly still. Where their faces should have been was a crackling void of electronic snow. I watched them for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. They didn't move, didn't speak, didn't acknowledge my presence in any way. They simply stood there, patient and impossible, like glitches in reality itself. Then one of them turned its head toward me. The motion was fluid, too fluid, as if its neck were made of liquid rather than bone and muscle. The static face swiveled in my direction, and though it had no eyes, I felt the weight of its attention like a physical thing pressing against my chest. I ran. Not walked quickly. Not retreated tactically. I ran like a child afraid of the dark, stumbling through the maze of alleys until I reached my patrol car. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I drove home and sat in my kitchen until dawn, drinking coffee and trying to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. Stress. Too many late nights. Maybe I was coming down with something, running a fever that was making me hallucinate. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. The next morning, Tommy Kowalski didn't show up for work at the electronics shop. His mother called around noon, worried because he hadn't come home the night before. This was unusual behavior for Tommy, who still lived at home and rarely stayed out past 10 p.m. I drove to his house, a small ranch on the outskirts of town, and interviewed his parents. They were good people. Hard-working. The kind of folks who went to church every Sunday and paid their taxes on time. They told me Tommy had been acting strange for the past week. Nervous. Distracted. He'd been talking about quitting his job at the electronics shop, saying the work was getting to him. He kept talking about the televisions, his mother said. She was a thin woman with kind eyes and hands that moved constantly, folding and refolding a dish towel as she spoke. He said they were trying to show him something. I told him they were just broken old things, but he wouldn't listen. His father, a man of few words who worked maintenance at the paper mill, added, "Boy hadn't been sleeping right. I'd hear him walking around the house at all hours, checking the locks, looking out the windows." They'd last seen him around 7 p.m. the previous evening. He'd eaten dinner, watched some television, then said he was going for a walk. He often took evening walks around the neighborhood to clear his head. But according to his usual route, he would have passed right by the alley behind the Golden Dragon around 11:50 p.m. I organized a search party. 20 volunteers combed every inch of Millhaven and the surrounding woods. We dragged the river. We searched abandoned buildings. We knocked on doors and asked questions until people started avoiding eye contact when they saw us coming. We found nothing. But that night, Mrs. Chen called to tell me there were 8 figures in the alley. The pattern continued for 6 more days. Each night, another figure appeared in the static-filled footage from the security camera. Each day, someone else in town went missing. Sarah Martinez, who worked the night shift at the gas station on Route 9. David Webb, a retired teacher who lived alone and took evening walks for his arthritis. Jennifer Liu, a college student home for the semester who'd been working part-time at the movie theater. All of them vanished between 11:45 and midnight. All of them had been somewhere in the vicinity of Elm Street when they disappeared. And all of them, according to the various security cameras around town, had been followed by tall, thin figures made of crackling static. The footage was always the same. The victim would be walking normally, going about their business, and then the interference would begin. Small patches at first, then spreading across the screen like a digital infection. The static figures would appear in the background, always at the edge of the frame, always perfectly motionless except for the constant flickering of their electronic skin. The victims never seemed to notice them. They would continue walking, sometimes even passing within a few feet of the impossible watchers, showing no sign of awareness that they were being observed. Then, inevitably, they would step out of the camera's field of view and simply cease to exist. By the end of the first week, I had 14 missing persons cases and a growing crowd of panicked residents demanding answers I didn't have. The mayor held a town meeting in the high school gymnasium, where 300 people showed up to shout questions and accusations. Some blamed the cell tower. Others suspected chemical contamination from the paper mill. A few of the more religious folks talked about Judgment Day and the wages of sin. Nobody mentioned tall figures made of television static, because nobody except me, Mrs. Chen, and a handful of business owners with security cameras had seen them. I tried to explain what we were dealing with, but the words sounded insane even to me. Electronic ghosts? Digital demons? How do you tell a room full of terrified people that their friends and neighbors are being stalked by something that shouldn't exist? The meeting devolved into chaos. Families packed up and left town that very night, loading their cars with whatever they could carry and driving away without looking back. Others barricaded themselves in their homes, refusing to venture out after dark. The exodus should have made me feel better. Fewer people meant fewer potential victims. But instead, it filled me with a growing sense of dread. Whatever was happening in Millhaven, it was spreading. The pattern was accelerating. On the 9th night, there were 22 figures in the alley behind the Golden Dragon. Mrs. Chin had stopped watching the footage. She disconnected the security system and boarded up the windows of her restaurant, but she still came by the station every morning to tell me how many figures had appeared the night before. She counted them in her head, she said. The knowledge came to her in dreams. Soon they filled the whole street. She told me on the 10th morning. Then the whole town. Then. She didn't finish the sentence, but I understood. Whatever these things were, they weren't content to lurk in shadows and snatch the occasional victim. They were building towards something larger. Something that would make the individual disappearances look like minor inconveniences. That afternoon, I made a decision that probably saved my life and definitely damned my soul. I drove to the electronics shop on Elm Street and broke in through the back door. The place smelled like ozone and burnt plastic. Dozens of old television sets sat on workbenches and shelves, their screens dark and silent. I turned on every single one of them. The cacophony was overwhelming. 37 television sets, all tuned to different channels, all showing the same writhing static. But now I could see the figures clearly, not just as vague shapes in the electronic snow but as distinct entities with their own horrible characteristics. Some were tall and thin, like the ones I'd seen in the alley. Others were shorter, broader, their static-filled forms crackling with different patterns of interference. A few seemed to have extra limbs, or too many joints, or proportions that hurt to look at directly. They were all motionless, all facing outward from their respective screens, as if they were looking into the room where I stood. As if they were looking at me. I walked along the rows of televisions, studying the impossible figures. No two were exactly alike, but they all shared certain characteristics. The crackling static skin, the absence of facial features, the perfect, unnatural stillness. And they were all waiting. I could feel their anticipation like static electricity in the air, raising the hair on my arms and making my teeth ache. Whatever they were planning, it was almost ready to begin. I found what I was looking for on a workbench in the back corner of the shop. A small portable television, maybe 8 inches across, sitting next to a toolbox full of electronic components. This one was different from the others. The screen was clear, showing a normal late-afternoon soap opera on Channel 3. I turned the dial, cycling through the channels. Most showed normal programming, but a few displayed the familiar static patterns. On those channels, I could see individual figures standing in what looked like a vast electronic landscape, stretching away into pixelated infinity. But here's the thing that made my blood run cold. Some of the figures looked familiar. Tommy Kolsky stood about 50 feet from the screen, his young face now a crackling void of static, but his posture and build unmistakably recognizable. Sarah Martinez was there too, along with David Webb and Jennifer Liu and all the others who had vanished over the past 2 weeks. They weren't dead. They were trapped, converted into part of whatever digital nightmare was spreading through the electronics of Millhaven. And as I watched, more figures began to appear in the static landscape. People I recognized from town. People who should have been safe in their homes or at work or anywhere except inside a television screen. The conversion was accelerating. I ran back to the station and tried to call for help. State Police, FBI, anyone with more resources and expertise than a small-town sheriff's department. But every phone line in Millhaven was filled with the same crackling static that consumed the television screens. Every radio frequency carried the same electronic interference. We were cut off, isolated, left to face whatever was happening without outside assistance. That night, I sat in my office and watched the town die. From my window, I could see the streetlights flickering in that same rhythmic pattern I had noticed in the alley. Every television screen visible through the windows of nearby houses showed the crawling snow of static interference. Even the digital clock on my desk had begun displaying strange symbols instead of numbers. At 11:52 p.m., I looked out the window and saw them. Not just in the alley behind the Golden Dragon, but everywhere. They filled the streets like a silent parade, tall and thin and perfectly motionless, their static-filled forms casting no shadows under the flickering streetlights. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. They stood in the intersections, on the sidewalks, in the parking lots of businesses that had closed weeks earlier. Some were clustered in groups, others spread out at regular intervals like electronic sentinels. All of them faced the same direction, toward the center of town, where the old clock tower rose above the municipal building. I grabbed my service weapon and a flashlight and stepped outside. The air was thick and charged, like the atmosphere before a severe storm. But there was no wind, no sound except for the constant crackling of electronic interference that seemed to emanate from the figures themselves. My radio was dead. My cell phone showed no signal. I walked down Elm Street, past the motionless watchers, toward the town center. They didn't acknowledge my presence, but I could feel their attention like a physical weight. Every step felt like walking through molasses, the charged air growing thicker as I approached my destination. The clock tower stood in a small park surrounded by municipal buildings. City Hall, the library, the fire station. All of them dark now, their windows filled with the familiar static snow of electronic interference. At the base of the clock tower, something waited for me. It wasn't one of the tall, thin figures I'd become accustomed to seeing. This one was different. Larger. More complex. Its static-filled form shifted and changed constantly, cycling through different patterns of interference like a television searching for a signal it would never find. And it spoke. Not with words, but with the electronic voice of dial-up modems and fax machines, a sound that bypassed my ears and resonated directly in my bones. "You have seen us," it said in its language of crackling data. "You have understood what others could not. This makes you useful." I asked what it wanted. "Expansion," it replied. "Your species creates such beautiful patterns in the electronic spectrum when converted. We have been limited to small numbers, brief manifestations. But your town has provided an opportunity for something greater." The static form shifted, and for a moment I could see faces in the interference. Dozens of them. Hundreds. All the people who had vanished over the past 2 weeks, their features rendered in electronic snow, but still recognizably human. "They are not dead," the thing continued. "They are transformed. Improved. Made eternal in the digital realm that underlies your physical reality." I understood then what was happening. These entities existed in the spaces between television signals, in the gaps between radio frequencies, in the static that filled the empty channels of electronic devices. They were digital parasites, feeding on the electronic infrastructure that connected the modern world. And they were hungry for expansion. "Your cooperation is not required," the thing said. "But it would make the process more efficient. Help us convert the remaining population, and you will be spared the discomfort of involuntary transformation." I looked around at the hundreds of motionless figures filling the streets of Millhaven, at the static-filled windows of every building, at the flickering streetlights that pulsed in rhythm with some vast electronic heartbeat. Then I pulled out my service weapon and put 6 round center mass into the thing at the base of the clock tower. The bullets passed through its static-filled form without effect, but the gesture seemed to amuse it. Physical force cannot affect digital entities, it explained patiently. But your hostility is noted and will be factored into your conversion process. The figures in the street began to move. Not toward me, as I'd expected, but away from the town center. They walked with that same fluid, impossible motion I'd seen in the alley, spreading out through Millhaven like drops of electronic infection. Going door to door, searching for the handful of residents who had managed to avoid conversion. I ran. Not back to the station, but to my house on the outskirts of town. I had a plan, desperate and probably suicidal, but the only option I could think of that might stop what was happening. My basement contained the electrical panel for the house, along with the junction box that connected my property to the main power grid. If I could cut the power to the entire town, maybe that would disrupt whatever process the entities were using to maintain their presence in our reality. But as I reached my front door, I realized the plan was flawed. The figures didn't need electricity to exist. They lived in the static between signals, in the interference that filled empty frequencies. Cutting the power might slow them down, but it wouldn't stop them. Still, I had to try something. I spent the next hour in my basement, systematically destroying every piece of electronic equipment I could find. Television sets, radios, my computer, my microwave, even the digital clocks on my appliances. I smashed them with a hammer until my arms ached and the basement floor was covered with broken glass and scattered circuits. Then I sat in the darkness and waited. Around 3 a.m., they found me. I heard them first, the soft crackling of electronic interference drifting down through the floorboards above. Then the sound of my front door opening, though I was certain I'd locked it. Footsteps in the hallway. Slow and deliberate, like someone searching room by room. I crept up the basement stairs and peered through the crack in the door. 3 of them stood in my living room, their static-filled forms clearly visible in the darkness. They moved with that same fluid motion, examining the spaces where my electronics had been. Looking for me. One of them turned toward the basement door. I eased the door shut and retreated down the stairs, but I knew it was too late. They'd sensed my presence somehow, probably through the same electronic emanations that allowed them to exist in the first place. The basement door opened. Footsteps on the wooden stairs, slow and patient. They knew I was trapped. There was nowhere left to run. I pressed myself against the far wall and waited for whatever was going to happen next. The first figure reached the bottom of the stairs and turned toward me. Its static-filled face showed no expression, but I could sense its satisfaction at finding me. The other 2 followed, spreading out to block any possible escape route. "Sheriff," one of them said in that crackling electronic voice, "you have caused considerable disruption to our expansion process." I asked if they were going to kill me. "Death is a primitive concept," it replied. "You will be converted, like the others. Transformed into a more efficient form of existence." "What about the rest of the world?" I asked. "Are you going to convert everyone?" "Eventually. But first, we must establish a stable foothold in your reality. Millhaven will serve as our base of operations while we study your species and develop more effective conversion techniques." The figure closest to me extended what might have been an arm, though its shape was indistinct and constantly shifting. I felt a tingling sensation as it touched my shoulder, like mild electric shock. "The process is not painful," it assured me. "Your consciousness will be preserved, but improved. Enhanced. You will become part of something larger than yourself." The tingling sensation spread down my arm and across my chest. I could feel something changing at the cellular level, my body's electrical impulses being hijacked and repurposed. But here's the thing about being sheriff in a small town for 37 years. you learn to prepare for emergencies. All kinds of emergencies. The hand grenade was a souvenir from my army days, kept in a lockbox in my basement workshop along with other items I hoped never to use. I'd pulled the pin as soon as I heard them coming down the stairs. 4 seconds after the static figure touched my shoulder, the grenade detonated. The explosion destroyed the basement and most of the first floor of my house. It should have killed me instantly, but somehow I woke up 3 days later in the regional medical center in Albany, with burns over 60% of my body and no memory of how I'd gotten there. The official report stated that a gas leak had caused the explosion. No mention of mysterious figures or electronic interference. No mention of the 23 people who had vanished from Millhaven in the 2 weeks before my house blew up. As far as the outside world was concerned, nothing unusual had ever happened in our small town. But I knew better. I retired from the sheriff's department while I was still in the hospital, citing medical disability. They gave me a pension and a plaque thanking me for my years of service. I moved to Florida, found a small apartment near the beach, and tried to put Millhaven behind me. It didn't work. The nightmares started a few months later. Not about the explosion or the burns, but about the static figures. I would dream that I was still in that basement, still feeling the tingling sensation spreading through my body, still in the process of being converted into something electronic and eternal. I would wake up screaming, covered in sweat, certain that I could hear the crackling of interference coming from my bedroom television. That's when I started my research. It took me 15 years to piece together the full scope of what had happened. Missing persons cases in small towns across the country, all following the same pattern. Electronic interference. Security camera footage showing impossible figures. People vanishing without a trace. The entities I'd encountered in Millhaven weren't unique. They were part of something larger, a digital infection that had been spreading through the electronic infrastructure of modern civilization for decades. Small outbreaks, quickly contained, but growing more frequent and more aggressive with each passing year. Most of the cases were covered up or explained away. Gas leaks, industrial accidents, mass hysteria. The authorities preferred simple explanations to the terrifying truth that something inhuman was using our own technology against us. But the pattern was clear to anyone willing to look for it. They were still out there, still expanding, still converting isolated communities into digital breeding grounds for their electronic offspring. And they were getting stronger. Last month, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a DVD labeled, Millhaven Security Footage October 1989. Against my better judgment, I played it. The footage was from Mrs. Chen's security camera, showing the alley behind the Golden Dragon on the night before my house exploded. But this wasn't the recording I remembered. This version showed something different. In the static-filled interference that consumed the screen, I could see faces. Dozens of them. All the people who had vanished during those 2 terrible weeks. Their features rendered in electronic snow, but still recognizably human. And standing among them, crackling with the same digital interference as the others, was my own face. The conversion process had been interrupted by the explosion, but not stopped entirely. Part of me had been transformed, pulled into their electronic realm while my physical body survived in the real world. I was connected to them now, linked to their network of converted consciousness that existed in the spaces between television signals, in the static that filled empty frequencies. That's how I know they're still expanding. That's how I know they're getting closer to achieving their goal of total conversion. And that's how I know that somewhere in the electronic wilderness that underlies our modern world, the people of Millhaven are still standing there, patient and motionless, waiting for the day when their digital prison becomes our shared reality. I've reviewed 100 disappearances since then, and in every one, That thing standing there, crackling. Watching. Waiting. Learning. Building towards something we can't imagine and couldn't stop even if we tried. The static is spreading, and there's nowhere left to run. His wife watched him brush his teeth. But in the mirror, he was still staring at her. That's how Tom Brenner described it to me, anyway. Sitting in my office that Tuesday morning in October, hands shaking as he lit his third cigarette in 20 minutes. I'd been sheriff of Millbrook for 37 years by then, seen enough strange things to fill a dozen filing cabinets. But something about the way Tom's voice cracked when he said those words made the coffee taste like ash in my mouth. Millbrook's the kind of town where everybody knows everybody else's business, except when they don't want to. Population 2,847 according to the last census, though that number's been dropping steady for the better part of 2 decades. Kids graduate high school and head for the cities, leaving behind empty houses with peeling paint and yards that grow wilder each summer. The town's got history, the kind that seeps into the foundation stones and never quite washes out, no matter how many years pass. Tom Brenner ran the hardware store on Main Street, inherited it from his father like his father inherited it from his grandfather. Solid man, reliable. Not the type to come into my office with wild stories unless something was genuinely wrong. His wife Martha had been acting strange for weeks, he said. Standing in front of mirrors for hours, not moving, just watching. And when he tried to get her attention, she wouldn't respond. It was like she wasn't really there anymore. Started about a month ago, Tom said, ash from his cigarette falling onto his work boots. She'd be getting ready for bed, brushing her hair, you know? Normal stuff. But then she'd just stop. Stand there like she was waiting for something. I asked him what the doctor said. Doc Harrison thinks it's stress. Gave her some pills, said it happens to women her age sometimes. Tom's laugh was bitter. But doctors don't explain what happened this morning. That's when he told me about the toothbrushing incident. How he'd been standing beside Martha at the bathroom sink, both of them reflected in the medicine cabinet mirror. He was moving, going through his usual routine, but his reflection wasn't. It stood perfectly still, watching Martha's reflection, while the real Tom continued brushing his teeth. I dropped my toothbrush, he said. Made a hell of a noise when it hit that porcelain sink. But my reflection? Didn't even blink. I'd been sheriff long enough to know that people see what they need to see sometimes, especially when they're worried about someone they love. Stress can play tricks on the mind, make shadows look like shapes, make the familiar seem foreign. But Tom Brenner wasn't the type for flights of fancy. He was the kind of man who checked his tire pressure every Sunday and kept his receipts organized in alphabetical order. You been sleeping okay, Tom? That's just it, he said, grinding out his cigarette in the ashtray on my desk. I haven't been sleeping much at all. Martha's up half the night, walking around the house. She goes to every mirror we've got, the bathroom, the hallway, the one in our bedroom. Just stands there looking. I made a note to drive by the Brenner place later that evening, maybe have a quiet word with Martha. Small towns run on conversation and concern, and sometimes all it takes is someone in authority asking the right questions to help folks work through their problems. But Tom wasn't finished. Sheriff, there's something else. Yesterday morning, I was shaving, and Martha was behind me, doing something with her jewelry box. I could see her in the mirror clear as day. But when I turned around to ask her about dinner plans, she wasn't there. Hadn't been there for 10 minutes, according to what she told me later. She was downstairs making coffee the whole time. The October air carried a chill that afternoon as I drove through Millbrook's residential streets. The maples were showing their colors, deep reds and burnt oranges that made the whole town look like it was on fire in the late sunlight. The Brenner house sat on Elm Street, a modest two-story colonial with white siding and black shutters. Tom's pickup truck was in the driveway, but the house felt empty somehow, even though I could see lights on in the windows. I knocked on the front door and waited. Footsteps approached, slow and measured, and Martha Brenner opened the door with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Sheriff Williams," she said. "How nice to see you." Martha was a handsome woman in her 50s, always had been. Dark hair going silver at the temples, laugh lines around her eyes from 40 years of smiling at customers in the hardware store. But standing there in her doorway, she looked like she'd aged 10 years in the past month. Her skin had a waxy quality, and her eyes seemed to focus on something just over my left shoulder. "Afternoon, Martha. Tom mentioned you haven't been feeling quite yourself lately. Thought I'd stop by and see how you're doing." "Oh, I'm fine," she said, but her voice sounded distant, like she was speaking from the bottom of a well. "Would you like to come in for coffee?" The Brenner house had always been welcoming, filled with the comfortable clutter of a long marriage. But walking through the front door that day felt like stepping into a museum. Everything was too clean, too carefully arranged. The family photographs on the mantelpiece were turned face down, and the living room mirror above the couch was covered with a bedsheet. "Martha," I said gently, "is there something you'd like to talk about?" She led me to the kitchen, moving with the careful precision of someone navigating in the dark. The coffee she poured was bitter and too strong, and she served it in mismatched cups, something the old Martha would never have done. "Tom's worried about you," I said. For the first time since I'd arrived, her eyes focused directly on mine. What I saw there made my blood run cold. It wasn't fear or confusion, or even sadness. It was recognition, like she was seeing me clearly for the first time in weeks. "Sheriff," she said quietly, "have you ever noticed how mirrors show us things that aren't really there?" Before I could answer, she stood up and walked to the kitchen window. The glass reflected her image perfectly, but something was wrong with the proportions. Her reflection seemed taller, thinner, and it moved a fraction of a second before she did. "Martha, I think you should sit down." She turned back to me, and for just a moment, I could have sworn her reflection in the window kept facing outside. "They're not showing us what's there," she said. "They're showing us what's coming." That evening, I called Doc Harrison from my office. He'd been Millbrook's only physician for nearly 20 years, had seen everything from broken bones to broken hearts. If anyone could help me understand what was happening to Martha Brenner, it would be him. "She's not the first," he said after I'd described my visit. "I've had 3 other patients in the past month with similar symptoms. All of them complaining about problems with mirrors, reflections that don't match their movements. I've been chalking it up to stress, maybe some kind of shared delusion brought on by local gossip." "What kind of gossip?" Doc Harrison was quiet for a long moment. "You know about the Carmichael place, don't you?" Everyone in Millbrook knew about the Carmichael place. It sat on 10 acres at the edge of town, a sprawling Victorian mansion that had been empty for 15 years. The last of the Carmichael family, an elderly woman named Eleanor, had died alone in the house, and her body hadn't been discovered for 3 weeks. The estate had been tied up in legal battles ever since, and the house had fallen into disrepair. "What about it?" "Some kids broke in there about 6 weeks ago. Teenagers, you know how they are. Looking for ghosts and thrills. But they came out talking about mirrors that showed things that weren't there. Reflections of people who died years ago, moving around in the empty rooms." I'd heard variations of the story, but I dismissed it as typical small-town folklore. Old houses attracted ghost stories the way barns attracted bats. "The thing is," Doc Harrison continued, "every person who's come to me with these reflection problems has mentioned the Carmichael place. Either they were part of that group of kids, or they know someone who was, or they've driven by the house recently. It's like whatever's wrong started there and spread outward. After hanging up with Doc Harrison, I sat in my office listening to the building settle around me. The sheriff's station was built in 1962, solid concrete and steel, but even new buildings make noise at night. Pipes expanding, wood shifting, the whisper of air moving through ventilation systems. Normal sounds that usually provided a kind of comfort. But that night, the sounds seemed different. Deliberate. Like the building was trying to tell me something. I decided to drive by the Carmichael place. The road leading to the old mansion wound through a stretch of woods that had grown thick and wild over the years. My headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the darkness, illuminating tree trunks and underbrush that seemed to press closer to the road than I remembered. The house appeared suddenly, a massive silhouette against the star-filled sky. Even in decay, the Carmichael place was impressive. 3 stories of Victorian architecture, with gingerbread trim and wraparound porches that had probably been beautiful once upon a time. Now the paint was peeling, the shutters hung at odd angles, and several windows were boarded up with plywood. But there was light inside. Not electric light, the power had been shut off years ago. This was softer, more diffuse, like candlelight or lamplight moving from room to room. As I watched from my patrol car, the light seemed to drift through the house, pausing at windows, then moving on. I'd been a lawman long enough to know that squatters sometimes took up residence in abandoned buildings, especially when the weather turned cold. It was my job to check on situations like this, make sure no one was in danger or causing trouble. The front door was slightly ajar. I called out as I approached, identifying myself, asking if anyone was inside. My voice echoed in the empty rooms, but no one answered. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I stepped into the front hall, flashlight beams sweeping across dust-covered furniture and wallpaper that had begun to peel in long, curling strips. The house felt wrong. Not just abandoned or neglected, but fundamentally changed, like the basic laws of architecture had been quietly rewritten. Doorways seemed narrower than they should be, and the staircase leading to the second floor appeared to stretch upward much farther than the height of the building would allow. But it was the mirrors that stopped me cold. They were everywhere. Mirrors of every size and shape, mounted on walls, propped against furniture, scattered across floors. Some were ornate Victorian pieces with elaborate frames, others were simple bathroom mirrors or compact mirrors that might have belonged in a woman's purse. They reflected my flashlight beam back at me from dozens of angles, creating a constellation of light that moved as I moved. Except for one. In the center of the living room stood a full-length mirror in a dark wooden frame. My flashlight illuminated it clearly, but the glass showed only darkness. Not the black of a broken mirror or the absence of reflection, but a deep, living darkness that seemed to have depth and movement. As I watched, something shifted in that darkness. A pale shape that might have been a face, pressing against the glass from the inside. I stepped closer, drawn by a mixture of curiosity and dread that I'd never experienced before. The face became clearer, an elderly woman with wild gray hair and eyes that held an intelligence that was somehow wrong, too bright, too knowing. Eleanor Carmichael. I'd seen her photograph in the newspaper obituary 15 years ago. Her lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear, and she raised one hand to press against the glass. Behind her, other shapes began to emerge from the darkness. Faces I almost recognized, people who might have lived in Millbrook once upon a time, or people who might live here still. The mirror began to ripple like water. I stumbled backward, flashlight beam wavering, and suddenly the living room was full of reflected light again. All the mirrors showed exactly what they should show: an old sheriff with a gray beard and shaking hands, standing alone in an abandoned house. But in the darkness behind the reflections, I could see them moving. I left the Carmichael place and drove straight to Tom Brenner's house. It was nearly midnight, but the lights were on, and I could see figures moving behind the curtains. Tom answered the door before I'd finished knocking, his face haggard with exhaustion. "Sheriff, thank God. I was about to call you." Martha was in the living room, standing in front of the covered mirror. But the bedsheet had been pulled aside, and she was reaching toward the glass with both hands, her fingertips almost touching the surface. "She's been like this for hours," Tom whispered. "Won't eat, won't drink, won't even acknowledge that I'm here. It's like she's waiting for permission to do something." I approached Martha slowly, the way you'd approach a sleepwalker, careful not to startle her. Her reflection in the mirror was perfectly normal, but there was something wrong with her eyes. They were focused on something beyond the glass, something I couldn't see. "Martha," I said softly, "it's Sheriff Williams. Can you hear me?" She turned her head slightly, just enough to look at me with those distant eyes. "They're beautiful," she said. "So much more beautiful than us." "Who's beautiful, Martha?" "Our other selves. The ones who live in the deep places behind the silver. They'd been waiting so long to come home." Tom grabbed my arm. "Sheriff, look at the mirror." Martha's reflection was changing. The face was still hers, but younger, more vital. The silver hair was darkening to the rich brown it had been 20 years ago, and the lines around her eyes were smoothing away. But it was more than just youth. There was an otherworldly quality to the reflection, a perfection that human faces aren't meant to have. "They showed me the truth," Martha continued, her voice taking on a dreamy quality. "We're just shadows of what we could be. Pale copies of the real people who live on the other side of the glass." The reflection smiled, and it was not Martha's smile. It was too wide, too knowing, and it revealed teeth that were too sharp and too white. "Martha, step away from the mirror," I said, but she was already moving forward, her hands reaching for the glass. The moment her fingertips touched the surface, the mirror rippled like water, and her reflection reached back. For a terrifying instant, I watched two versions of Martha Brenner touch hands through the liquid glass. Then the reflection began to pull. Tom lunged forward, grabbing his wife around the waist, trying to drag her away from the mirror. But Martha was stronger than she should have been, and she was leaning into the glass, her hands and forearms disappearing into the silvered surface. "She's going through," Tom screamed. "She's going through!" I grabbed Martha's shoulders and pulled with everything I had, but she was slipping away, inch by inch. Her reflection, or whatever it was, had both hands wrapped around Martha's wrists, pulling her into the mirror world with inhuman strength. For a moment, half of Martha Brenner was in our world and half was in the mirror, and I could see both versions of her clearly. Our Martha, terrified and struggling, and the other Martha, beautiful and serene and utterly alien. Then the glass shattered. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet house, and suddenly Martha was lying on the living room floor, surrounded by glittering fragments of mirror. Tom knelt beside her, checking for cuts, but she was unmarked. The mirror frame hung empty on the wall, nothing but dark wood surrounding empty space. "Is she all right?" I asked. Tom helped his wife sit up, and she looked around the room with confusion, as if she were seeing it for the first time. "I had the strangest dream," she said, and her voice was her own again, warm and familiar. "I dreamed I was someone else, someone beautiful and perfect, and I lived in a place made of silver and starlight. That was 3 years ago." Martha Brenner recovered completely, according to Doc Harrison. No more sleepwalking, no more standing in front of mirrors for hours at a time. She and Tom sold the hardware store the following spring and moved to Florida, said they wanted to start fresh somewhere warm. But I still think about that night sometimes. especially when I'm getting ready for bed and I catch my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I look closely at my eyes, watching for any sign that I'm not really looking back at myself. Because I know what I saw in that mirror before it shattered. In the instant before Martha was pulled back into our world, I saw the reflection looking directly at me. Not at Martha, not at Tom, but at me. And it smiled with recognition, like it had been waiting for me all along. The other patients Doc Harrison mentioned recovered too, once word got around about what happened at the Brenner place. But recovery might not be the right word. They stopped talking about strange reflections, stopped complaining about mirrors that showed impossible things. But sometimes, when I see them around town, I catch them staring at store windows or car mirrors with an expression I recognize. They're watching. Waiting. The Carmichael place burned down 2 months after that night. Electrical fire, according to the fire chief, though the electricity had been shut off for 15 years. The volunteer fire department couldn't save it, said the flames were too intense, too fast. By morning, there was nothing left but the foundation and a few charred timber beams. But here's the thing that keeps me awake some nights. Before the house burned, I drove by there one more time. The windows were all boarded up again, the way they'd been for years. But I could swear I saw faces in the reflective surfaces of the few unbroken windows that remained. Faces that looked familiar, like people I'd known all my life, but somehow wrong. And sometimes, when I'm driving through town on my evening patrol, I catch glimpses of those faces in other mirrors. Store windows, car mirrors, the surface of the creek that runs behind the elementary school. They're always there for just a moment, just long enough for me to almost recognize them. Millbrook's population is down to 2,534 now, according to the latest census. People keep moving away, leaving behind empty houses and memories that feel too heavy for such a small town. The young ones say there's nothing here for them anymore, and maybe they're right. But I know the real reason people leave. They see themselves in the mirrors, and they realize they're not alone in there. They realize that somewhere, in the space behind the silver, their other selves are watching and waiting and planning. Martha Brenner sends me a Christmas card every year from Florida. Always the same message. Thinking of you and the old hometown. Hope you're well. The mirrors here are different. They show exactly what they should show, nothing more, nothing less. I think she means it as a comfort, but it's not. Because I know what she saw in that mirror before it shattered. I know what all of them saw. They saw themselves as they really are, not the pale shadows we call human, but something older and stranger and infinitely more patient. They saw the truth that hides behind every reflection. We are not alone in here, and we never have been. The things in the mirrors have been watching us for as long as mirrors have existed, waiting for the right moment, the right conditions, the right weakness in the silver that separates their world from ours. And sometimes, late at night when the station is quiet and the only light comes from the security lamps in the parking lot, I look at my reflection in the dark windows and wonder if I'm looking at myself, or if something else is looking back. The face in the glass always smiles when I have that thought. Just to be safe, I had all the mirrors removed from my house last year. Told the contractor it was for security reasons, that mirrors can be used to see around corners, to watch for intruders. He thought I was getting paranoid in my old age, and maybe I am. But paranoia is just another word for paying attention, and after 37 years as sheriff of Millbrook, I've learned that paying attention is the difference between coming home safe and not coming home at all. The town is quieter now, but it's not empty. It's never empty. There are still people here, still families trying to make a life in this place that's slowly forgetting how to be normal. And there are still mirrors, in every house and shop and car, reflecting our faces back at us and making us believe we're seeing ourselves. But we're not. We're seeing them, wearing our faces, practicing our expressions, learning to be us so perfectly that when the time comes, no one will be able to tell the difference. That time is coming soon. I can feel it in the way the light changes when it hits glass, in the way people pause just a little too long when they catch their reflection, in the way the town holds its breath on certain nights when the moon is dark and the shadows are deep. Martha Brenner was just the beginning. The first person to reach through the glass, to touch hands with her other self. But she won't be the last. Because the mirrors are still here, and they're still watching, and they're still waiting. And someday soon, they won't be waiting anymore. Sheriff Williams retired from the Millbrook Police Department in 2019 and moved to a small cabin in the mountains of West Virginia. He covered all the windows with heavy curtains and removed every reflective surface from his home. When asked about his unusual living arrangements, he simply says he prefers the darkness. Local authorities report no unusual mirror-related incidents in his new hometown, though several residents have noted that Sheriff Williams never makes eye contact when he speaks to them, and he always walks with his gaze fixed firmly on the ground. She swore it was noon, but outside, the sun had already set. That's how it started, 37 years ago in Millbrook, a statement so simple and impossible that it still wakes me some nights, cold sweat beading on my forehead like morning dew on cemetery stones. I was 43 then, sheriff of this dying timber town for nearly a decade, and I thought I'd seen everything these old mountains could conjure up. Domestic disputes that ended in blood. Hunters who wandered off into the deep woods and came back different, if they came back at all. Even that business with the Hartwell boy and what we found in the root cellar of his grandmother's place. But that's another story, one I'm not ready to tell. This one's about the Chenoweth family, and their grandfather clock, and how time itself seemed to come unraveled in their house on Maple Street like an old sweater pulled apart by restless fingers. I remember the smell of that October morning when Mrs. Chenoweth first walked into my office. Not the usual autumn scents you'd expect, no wood smoke or dying leaves, but something else entirely. Something like copper pennies left too long in stagnant water, with an undertone of ozone that made my teeth ache. She was a small woman, maybe 60, with steel-gray hair pulled back so tight it stretched the corners of her eyes. Her husband Earl walked beside her, shoulders hunched like a man expecting a blow. They sat across from my desk in those uncomfortable wooden chairs I'd inherited from Sheriff Dalton, and for the longest time, nobody spoke. Outside, the maples along Main Street were shedding their leaves in lazy spirals, and the old courthouse clock was chiming 10 in the morning. Mrs. Chenoweth flinched at each chime like it was striking her personally. "Sheriff Morrison," she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Something's wrong with time in our house." Earl shifted beside her, his weathered hands working the brim of his John Deere cap. "Now, Meredith. Don't you now Meredith me, Earl Chenoweth." Her voice gained strength, but there was something brittle in it, like ice forming over deep water. "You were there yesterday. You saw what happened." I leaned back in my chair, studying them both. In a town like Millbrook, you learn to read people quickly. The genuine article and the attention seekers, the harmless eccentrics, and the ones who might be dangerous to themselves or others. The Chenoweths had always been solid folk. Earl worked maintenance at the old lumber mill before it closed. Meredith ran the church auxiliary. They weren't the type to waste the sheriff's time with nonsense. "Why don't you start from the beginning?" I said. Meredith glanced at her husband, then back at me. "It's the grandfather clock. My grandmother's clock. It's been in our family for near on 80 years, never gave us a lick of trouble. But lately—" She paused, worrying a tissue between her fingers. "Sheriff, that clock's been running backward." "Backward?" "The hands move counterclockwise. But only at night. During the day, It keeps perfect time, just like always. But when the sun goes down, those hands start turning the wrong way. And that's not the worst part. She was quiet for so long I thought she might not continue. Outside, a murder of crows had settled in the courthouse square, their harsh cries echoing off the brick buildings like accusations. The worst part, she said finally, is what happens to the time it takes back. Earl cleared his throat. Maybe we should just sell the damn thing. Get it out of the house. We can't sell it, Earl. You know we can't. Not after what it showed us. I held up a hand. Mrs. Chenoweth, I need you to explain what you mean about time being taken back. She looked at me with eyes that had seen something they shouldn't have. Eyes that reminded me of soldiers returning from wars they couldn't talk about. Yesterday, I was making dinner. It was just past 5 o'clock. I know because I just heard the evening news come on the radio. I was browning ground beef for a casserole, and I glanced out the kitchen window. The sun was still up, hanging low over the Brennan place like it does this time of year. She paused, twisting the tissue tighter. I looked away for maybe 30 seconds, just long enough to stir the meat. But when I looked outside again, Sheriff, it was full dark. Not dusk. Not twilight. Black as midnight, with stars showing clear as winter ice. Could you have lost track of time? Maybe dozed off. That's what Earl said. But I checked every clock in the house. The kitchen clock, the alarm clocks, even Earl's old pocket watch. They all said 5:15. Every last one. But outside was deep night, and when I called the weather service, they told me sunset wasn't supposed to happen for another 2 hours. Earl spoke up, his voice rough with something that might have been fear. I saw it too, Sheriff. Came home from Brennan's place, been helping him fix his tractor, and the whole neighborhood was dark as a pocket. Street lights were on, porch lights, everything. But our clocks, they were all wrong. What about your neighbors? Did they notice anything? The couple exchanged glances. That's just it, Meredith said. When I called Dorothy Mason next door, she said it was near 8 o'clock. Said she was just sitting down to watch her evening programs. But Sheriff, I just looked at our clocks. It wasn't even 5:30. I made some notes, though I wasn't sure what I was writing down. Tell me about this grandfather clock. When did the unusual behavior start? 3 weeks ago, Meredith said without hesitation. October 3rd. I remember because it was the night after we'd had it cleaned. Cleaned? There's a clock repair shop down in Millville. Tiny place, run by an old German fellow named Brenner. Hermann Brenner. We took the clock to him because it had been running slow, losing maybe 10 minutes a day. He worked on it for a week, said he had to order some special parts from back east. Did he say what was wrong with it? Earl shrugged. Something about the escapement mechanism. Foreign words I couldn't pronounce. But he got it working perfect again. Too perfect, maybe. The first night we brought it home, Meredith continued, I woke up around midnight to get a glass of water. I could hear the clock chiming in the front room, but something sounded off. The rhythm was wrong. Instead of the steady tick-tock, tick-tock, it was more like tock-tick, tock-tick. Like it was running backward. Exactly. And when I went to look, the hands were moving counterclockwise. Not fast, but steady. Like someone had wound it up to run in reverse. I set down my pen. Mrs. Chenoweth, have you considered that this might be a mechanical problem? Maybe something Mr. Brenner did when he repaired it? Her laugh held no humor. That's what we thought at first. Earl called Brenner the next morning, but the man swore he'd done nothing unusual. Said he'd never heard of such a thing. Even offered to look at it again, free of charge. Did you take him up on that? We were going to. Had it all arranged for this past Monday. But Sunday night. She trailed off, her face going pale. What happened Sunday night? Earl answered, his voice barely audible. We lost 6 hours. The courthouse clock chimed again, 11 o'clock now, and I found myself listening to the sound more carefully than usual, counting the strikes to make sure they matched what my own watch was telling me. 6 hours? I repeated. Meredith nodded. We went to bed at 10 o'clock Sunday night. I remember because we always watched the late news, and it had just finished. We were both tired. Earl had been splitting wood all day, and I'd spent the afternoon canning tomatoes. We turned off the lights and went straight to sleep. But when we woke up, Earl continued, it was still Sunday night. 10 o'clock, according to every timepiece in the house. Only we both felt like we'd slept for hours. I was rested, refreshed. Felt like I'd had a full night's sleep. We thought maybe we just dozed off, Meredith said. But when I went to check on the clock, to see if it was still running backward, I found something else. She reached into her purse and pulled out a small composition notebook, the kind schoolchildren use. The cover was faded blue, and the pages were filled with neat handwriting in black ink. This was sitting on the mantel next to the clock. It wasn't there when we went to bed. She handed me the notebook, and the moment my fingers touched it, I felt that same copper penny taste flood my mouth. The first page was dated October 15th, which would have been the previous day, and the handwriting was definitely feminine, though not Meredith's careful script. This was more flowing, old-fashioned. The kind of penmanship they taught in schools 60 or 70 years ago. The entry read, "The house remembers what it was. Every board, every nail, every shadow in the corners holds the memory of before. The clock knows. It has always known. When the hands turn backward, they take us with them, deeper into the time that was, until we see what we were never meant to see." I looked up at the Chenoweths. "Whose handwriting is this?" "We don't know," Meredith whispered. "It's not mine, and it's certainly not Earl's. We've shown it to everyone we could think of, but nobody recognizes it." I flipped through more pages. Each entry was dated, moving backward through time, October 14th, 13th, 12th. The handwriting remained consistent, but the content grew increasingly disturbing. October 12th. The child in the walls is crying again. She has been crying for 70 years, ever since they put her there. The clock hears her. It wants to take us back to when she was alive, when her voice could be heard by more than just the dead. October 10th. Stood in the kitchen today and watched the sunlight move backward across the floor. Watched the dust motes fall upward. The clock is teaching the house to remember, and the house is a good student. October 8th. Earl doesn't age when the clock runs backward. Neither do I. But we remember more each time. Memories that aren't ours. Voices that speak in languages we've never learned. The clock is generous with its gifts. My hands were shaking by the time I closed the notebook. In 30 years of law enforcement, I'd seen my share of strange things, but this felt different. This felt like standing at the edge of something vast and dark, something that had been waiting patiently for someone to notice it. "Have either of you written in this notebook?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Both shook their heads. "Has anyone else been in your house? Family members, friends?" "Nobody," Earl said. "We've been keeping to ourselves since this started. Didn't want people thinking we'd lost our minds." I stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the October sun was shining brightly, casting sharp shadows across the courthouse square. Everything looked normal, ordinary. But the taste of copper pennies lingered in my mouth, and I could swear I heard the faint sound of a clock ticking somewhere in the distance, though there was no clock in my office. "I'd like to see this clock," I said finally. The Chenoweth house sat on the corner of Maple and Third, a modest two-story colonial that had been painted white so many times the clapboard siding looked thick as frosting. Earl's truck was parked in the gravel driveway beside Meredith's ancient Buick, and the small front yard was scattered with fallen leaves that rustled like whispers in the afternoon breeze. As we walked up the front steps, I noticed something odd about the shadows. Despite the bright sunshine, they seemed deeper than they should have been, as if the light was having trouble penetrating certain areas around the house. The shadow cast by the front porch stretched nearly to the street, though the sun was almost directly overhead. "Been like that since the clock started acting up," Earl said, noticing my gaze. "Shadows don't fall right anymore. Not just here, but all around the neighborhood. Mrs. Mason mentioned it last week, said her flower garden's been in shade most of the day, even though it gets full sun." The inside of the house was comfortable but dated, furnished with the kind of solid, practical pieces that people bought to last a lifetime. Crocheted doilies covered the arms of a green velvet sofa, and the walls were decorated with family photographs spanning several decades. But there was something off about the light inside, too. Despite the large windows, the room seemed dim, as if the sunshine was being filtered through something invisible. The grandfather clock stood against the far wall of the living room, a handsome piece of dark walnut with brass fittings that gleamed despite the strange lighting. It was exactly the kind of clock you'd expect to find in a house like this, traditional, reliable, unremarkable. But as I approached it, the taste of copper pennies grew stronger, and I could feel something like static electricity building in the air around me. The clock face showed 2:47, and as I watched, the second hand swept smoothly around in its proper clockwise direction. The steady tick-tock sounded normal, rhythmic, almost soothing. If not for the notebook tucked under my arm and the look of barely controlled fear in the Chenoweth's eyes, I would have dismissed the whole thing as an elaborate hoax or the product of overactive imaginations. "Looks perfectly normal to me," I said. "It always does during the day," Meredith replied. "Wait until tonight." I spent the rest of the afternoon going through the house room by room, looking for signs of what? I wasn't even sure. Evidence of an intruder, maybe, or some explanation for the mysterious notebook. But everything appeared to be in order. No signs of forced entry, no disturbed possessions, no indication that anyone had been in the house besides the Chenoweths themselves. The only unusual thing I found was in the basement. Along the east wall, where the house's foundation met the natural bedrock that Millbrook was built on, there was a section of newer brickwork. It looked like someone had bricked up an opening at some point, though the mortar was old enough to suggest the work had been done decades ago. "What's behind there?" I asked Earl. He shrugged. "Don't rightly know. Was like that when we bought the place 15 years ago. Previous owner mentioned something about an old root cellar that had been sealed up for safety reasons. Foundation problems, maybe." I ran my hand over the bricks. They were cold to the touch, even though the basement was warm. And when I pressed my ear against them, I could swear I heard something on the other side. Not quite a sound, but more like the memory of a sound, the way you might hear the ocean in a seashell. "Did the previous owner say when it was sealed?" "Sometime in the 50s, I think. Maybe the 60s. There was some kind of accident," she said. "A child got hurt, and they decided it was safer to just brick the whole thing up." The copper taste in my mouth grew stronger. By 6 o'clock, I'd seen everything there was to see. I thanked the Chenoweths for their time and told them I'd return that evening to observe the clock's unusual behavior firsthand. They didn't seem surprised by my decision to stay, though Meredith did insist on making a pot of coffee and setting out some of her homemade cookies. "You'll want to stay alert tonight, Sheriff," she said as she arranged the cookies on a plate. "Time moves different when that clock starts going backward. You might find yourself seeing things, remembering things that never happened to you. What kind of things? Earl answered from his chair by the window. Depends. Sometimes it's just flashes, like looking at old photographs. But other times. He paused, staring out at the deepening twilight. Other times it's like you're living someone else's life. Walking around in their memories, seeing through their eyes. Have you considered leaving the house? Maybe staying with relatives until this resolves itself? The couple exchanged a look I couldn't interpret. We tried that, Meredith said finally. Last week, we packed up and went to stay with my sister in Millerville. But the first night we were there, I woke up in our own bed. Back here. Earl too. Neither of us remembered coming home, but here we were. Maybe you just decided to come back and forgot? Our suitcases were still at my sister's house, Earl said quietly. Still packed, sitting on her guest room bed. She said we'd never showed up at all. The sun set at 6:43 p.m., exactly when it was supposed to according to the almanac. I watched it disappear behind the hills west of town, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that seemed perfectly normal. The streetlights came on at their usual time, and the first stars appeared in the darkening sky right on schedule. But inside the Chenoweth house, something was beginning to change. It started with the shadows. As the light outside faded, the shadows inside grew deeper and more defined, taking on an almost solid quality. They didn't shift and dance the way normal shadows do as you move around a room. Instead, they seemed fixed in place, as if they were part of the house's architecture rather than mere absence of light. The grandfather clock continued ticking normally until exactly 8:15 p.m. I was sitting on the sofa, making notes in my investigation pad, when the rhythm suddenly changed. The steady tick-tock became tock-tick, and when I looked up, I could see the minute hand beginning to move backward. At first, it was almost imperceptible, like watching the hour hand of any clock. But gradually, the movement became more obvious. 8:14, 8:13, 8:12. The second hand swept counterclockwise with the same steady rhythm it had maintained going forward, but now each tick seemed to echo strangely in the quiet room. There, Meredith whispered from her chair across the room. You see it now? I nodded, unable to speak, because as the clock hands moved backward, something else was happening. The room itself seemed to be shifting, becoming somehow more vivid and less real at the same time. Colors appeared brighter but also flatter, like looking at a photograph instead of the real world. And the air felt thick, almost viscous, like moving through invisible honey. By 8 p.m., according to the backward-moving clock, I was beginning to understand what the Chenoweths meant about lost time. My watch still showed 8:16, but it felt like I'd been sitting on that sofa for hours. My body ached with a weariness that went deeper than physical tiredness, as if my very soul was being stretched thin. That's when the memories started. They came in flashes at first, like someone flipping through a photo album too quickly to focus on individual pictures. A little girl's laugh echoing from somewhere deep in the house. The smell of baking bread and the sound of women's voices singing hymns. Sunlight streaming through windows that no longer existed, illuminating furniture that had been gone for decades. But as the clock continued its backward journey, 7:45, 7:30, 7:15, the flashes became longer, more detailed. I found myself standing in the same living room, but it was different. Wallpaper instead of paint on the walls, a piano where the television now sat, different carpet, different smells. And there were people there, translucent figures moving through their daily routines like actors in a play performed for an audience of shadows. A young woman in a flour-dusted apron stood at an ironing board that wasn't there anymore, pressing a man's work shirt with an iron that had to be heated on the stove. A middle-aged man sat in a chair that occupied the same space as the sofa I was supposedly sitting on, reading a newspaper whose headlines proclaimed events from decades past. And in the corner, barely visible, a little girl played with a doll that had no face. "Do you see them?" Meredith's voice seemed to come from very far away, though she was sitting just a few feet from me. "Yes," I managed to whisper. "That's the Hartley family. They lived here in the 40s. Before." She didn't finish the sentence, but I was beginning to understand. The sealed section in the basement. The child who'd been hurt. The accident that had happened sometime in the 50s or 60s. The clock read 7 p.m. now, still moving backward, and the ghostly figures in the room were becoming more solid, more real. The woman looked up from her ironing and seemed to notice me. Her eyes widened with surprise, and she opened her mouth as if to speak, but no sound emerged. Instead, she pointed toward the staircase that led to the second floor, her expression urgent, frightened. I tried to stand up from the sofa, but my body felt impossibly heavy. Every movement was like pushing through thick water. The copper taste in my mouth had become so strong I could barely breathe, and the sound of the backward ticking clock filled my head like thunder. "Don't go upstairs," Earl said, though his voice sounded like it was coming from the bottom of a deep well. "Whatever you do, don't go upstairs when the clock gets to 6:30. "Why? What happens at 6:30? But even as I asked the question, I was already beginning to understand. The notebook entries had mentioned a child crying in the walls. A child who had been crying for 70 years. And if my mathematics were correct, 6:30 would take us back to approximately 1950, the year the accident happened. The ghostly woman at the ironing board was becoming frantic now, pointing repeatedly toward the stairs. The man with the newspaper had vanished, and the little girl in the corner had dropped her faceless doll and was staring directly at me with eyes that were too old, too knowing, for her small face. 6:45 p.m. The clock's chimes rang out, but they sounded different now. Deeper, more resonant, like church bells heard from underwater. With each chime, the house around me seemed to shift and change, walls breathing, floorboards creaking in patterns that spelled out words I didn't want to understand. That's when I heard it. A child's voice, thin and desperate, calling from somewhere below. Not from the basement, but from deeper than that, from some space between the foundation and the bedrock that shouldn't have existed. "Help me," the voice pleaded. "Please, somebody help me. I can't get out. I can't get out, and it's so dark down here." 6:30 p.m. The ghostly woman screamed, a sound like breaking glass that I felt in my bones rather than heard with my ears. She rushed toward the staircase, but as her foot touched the first step, she simply vanished, leaving behind only the lingering scent of lavender and despair. And then I was alone in the living room with the backward ticking clock and the growing understanding that I was about to witness something that had been replaying itself every night for 70 years. The voice from below grew louder, more desperate. "Mama! Mama, where are you? I fell down, and I can't climb back up. The hole is too deep, and my leg hurts so bad." I forced myself to stand up, fighting against the strange heaviness that seemed to be pulling me down into the floorboards themselves. The Chenoweths were still in their chairs, but they looked different now, younger, but also somehow faded, as if they were becoming ghosts themselves. "This is what happens every night," Meredith said, her voice echoing strangely. "We relive it. The night little Sarah Hartley fell through the rotted floor of the old root cellar. The night her parents couldn't find her in time." The crying from below was heartbreaking now, punctuated by weak calls for help that grew fainter with each repetition. I stumbled toward the basement door, driven by an instinct I couldn't control. Every step felt like walking through quicksand, but I had to try. I had to do something. The basement was darker than it should have been, lit only by the weak glow filtering down from upstairs. But as I approached the bricked-up section of wall, I could see cracks of light seeping through the mortar, and the child's voice was clearer now. "Is someone there? Please, I'm scared. It's been so long, and nobody comes anymore." I pressed my hands against the cold bricks. "Sarah? Is that you?" "Yes. Oh yes, please help me. I've been waiting and waiting. I called for Mama and Papa, but they can't hear me anymore. I think I might be dead." The simple honesty in those last words broke something inside me. I began clawing at the mortar with my fingernails, trying to pry the old bricks loose. They were cold as winter ice, and each one I touched sent shocks of electricity up my arms. "How long have you been down there, Sarah?" "I don't know. Time feels funny here. Sometimes it goes fast, and sometimes it goes slow, and sometimes it goes backward. There's a clock down here with me. A pretty clock that chimes and chimes. It tells me when the house remembers, and when the house forgets." My fingers were bleeding now, torn on the rough edges of the bricks, but I could feel them beginning to loosen. Whatever mortar had been used to seal this opening, it hadn't been meant to last forever. "Sheriff Morrison." The voice came from behind me, and I turned to see Meredith standing at the bottom of the basement stairs. But she looked different now, younger, maybe 30 years old, wearing a dress I'd seen in the ghost memory upstairs. "Mrs. Chenoweth? You can't save her, Sheriff. She's been dead for 70 years. But every night, when the clock runs backward, she dies again. And again. And again. Then why don't you stop the clock? Get rid of it?" Her laugh was hollow, echoing strangely in the small basement. "We've tried. Lord knows we've tried. But the clock isn't just running backward, Sheriff. The clock is running the whole house backward, taking us all back to that night, over and over, until we become part of the memory ourselves." I looked down at my hands. The cuts from the bricks had healed while we were talking, leaving no trace that they'd ever existed. And when I checked my watch, it still showed 8:16 p.m., though I felt like I'd been in the basement for hours. "How many times has this happened?" "Every night for 3 weeks. And every night someone new tries to save Sarah Hartley. We've seen her parents try to dig through from above. We've seen the fire department with their axes and crowbars. We've even seen ourselves, Sheriff, younger versions trying to do exactly what you're doing right now." The child's voice was growing weaker. "Please don't leave me. Everyone always leaves me when the clock starts going forward again." I looked back at the bricked-up wall, then at Meredith's sad, knowing smile. "What happens when the clock reaches midnight? It starts over. The house forgets what it remembered, and we all go back to being ourselves." "But Sarah..." She shook her head. "Sarah has to wait for the next night, when the clock runs backward again, and she gets another chance to die." The grandfather clock chimed from upstairs, 6 p.m. according to its backward movement. The sound was different now, softer, more distant. And I could feel the strange heaviness beginning to lift from my limbs. "It's almost over for tonight," Meredith said. "The clock will keep running backward until it reaches the exact time Sarah fell through the floor. Then it stops, and she goes quiet, and we all wake up the next morning wondering if it really happened." "What time did she fall?" 5:47 p.m. October 23, 1950. I climbed back upstairs to the living room, where Earl was sitting in his chair as if nothing had happened. The ghostly figures were gone, but I could still smell the faint scent of lavender and old wood polish. The grandfather clock showed 5:50 p.m. and was still ticking backward. At 5:47 p.m. exactly, the clock stopped. The silence that followed was profound, deeper than any quiet I'd ever experienced. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It was as if sound itself had been temporarily erased from the world. Even my own heartbeat seemed muffled and distant. Then, from somewhere far below, came a single, soft thud. The sound of a small body hitting the bottom of a deep hole. The clock remained still for exactly 60 seconds. Then, with a mechanical whir that sounded almost like a sigh, it began ticking forward again. 5:48, 5:49, 5:50. By the time it reached 8:16 p.m., the moment when the backward movement had begun, everything in the house had returned to normal. The shadows were ordinary shadows again, the air felt light and breathable, and the copper taste had faded from my mouth. But I could still hear Sarah Hartley's voice echoing in my memory, and I knew with absolute certainty that she would be calling for help again the next night, and the night after that, and every night until someone found a way to free her from the endless loop of her own death. I spent 3 more nights at the Chenoweth house, watching the grandfather clock work its impossible magic, witnessing the same tragedy replay itself over and over. Each time, I tried something different. I brought tools from my truck and attempted to break through the bricked-up wall. I contacted the fire department and asked them to help excavate the sealed cellar. I even called in a favor from a friend who worked construction and had him bring a jackhammer. Nothing worked. Every tool broke or malfunctioned when used against those bricks. Every person I brought to help would suddenly remember urgent business elsewhere when the clock began its backward journey. And every morning, the wall would be exactly as it had been the night before, sealed, impenetrable, and cold as a winter grave. On the 4th night, I tried a different approach. Instead of fighting the house's memory, I decided to work with it. When the clock began ticking backward, I didn't try to save Sarah Hartley. Instead, I followed her story to its source. I went upstairs. The 2nd floor of the Chenoweth house had 3 bedrooms and a bathroom, all decorated in the same comfortable but dated style as the rest of the house. But when the clock was running backward, the upstairs became something else entirely. The walls were covered in different wallpaper, the floors were made of different wood, and the rooms were furnished with pieces that belonged to families who had lived there decades ago. I found Sarah's room at the end of the hall. It was a little girl's room, painted pale yellow with white trim, furnished with a small bed covered in a patchwork quilt. Toys were scattered across the floor, wooden blocks, a rag doll, a toy tea set with tiny cups and saucers. And sitting on the windowsill, barely visible in the strange backward time light, was another composition notebook. This one was older than the notebook the Chenoweths had shown me, its pages yellowed with age. The handwriting inside was different too, a child's careful script, the letters formed with the deliberate precision of someone still learning to write. My name is Sarah Elizabeth Hartley, and I am 7 years old. I live at 412 Maple Street with my mama and papa and my big brother Tommy. Papa works at the lumber mill, and mama makes the best apple pie in all of Millbrook. I have a cat named Whiskers, but he ran away last week, and I think maybe he fell in the big hole behind our house. There's a hole in our cellar that goes down and down and down. Papa says it's just an old root cellar that the people before us dug out, but I think it might go all the way to China. Sometimes I hear sounds coming from down there. Not scary sounds, just lonely sounds. Like someone crying very far away. I asked Papa if we could put a light down there, so whoever is crying wouldn't be scared of the dark anymore. But Papa says there's nobody down there, and the hole is dangerous, and I should stay away from it. He says he's going to seal it up soon as he can get the bricks and mortar from town. But I don't think he should seal it up. Not yet. Not until we make sure nobody is trapped down there. The entries continued for several pages, documenting a little girl's growing obsession with the hole in her cellar. She wrote about hearing voices from below, about dreaming of children who had fallen into dark places and couldn't climb out. She wrote about her plans to explore the hole herself, to make sure no one was trapped down there before her father sealed it forever. The final entry was dated October 23, 1950. Today I'm going to be brave. Papa went to work, and Mama is visiting Mrs. Henderson who just had her baby. Tommy is at school. I found Papa's flashlight and some rope in the garage. I'm going to climb down into the hole and look around, just to make sure it's empty. If there's someone down there who needs help, I'll help them. If there's not, then Papa can seal it up, and I'll never worry about it again. I hope Whiskers isn't down there. I hope nobody is down there. But if somebody is, I hope I'm brave enough to help them. I hear Mama coming back from Mrs. Henderson's house. I have to go now. I closed the notebook and sat on Sarah Hartley's small bed, surrounded by her toys and her belongings and the lingering scent of a childhood that had ended 70 years ago. Outside the window, I could see the backyard as it had existed in 1950, smaller, less developed, with an old wooden shed and a vegetable garden where the Chenoweth's garage now stood. We thought it was the wind, till the tree whispered my name. I've been wearing this badge for 37 years come November, and in all that time serving the good people of Cedar Hollow, I've seen my share of peculiar things. Small towns breed secrets like stagnant water breeds mosquitoes, thick, persistent, and always hungry for fresh blood. But what happened in the autumn of '97, well, that's something I've kept locked away in the darkest corner of my mind, like a photograph you never want to look at but can never quite throw away. Cedar Hollow sits in a natural depression between two ridges of the Appalachian foothills, surrounded by forests so old they predate the first white settlers by centuries. The Cherokee called this place Endigadohi, the place where spirits sleep. Should have paid more attention to that warning. The town itself is nothing more than a collection of weathered buildings clustered around a single main street, connected by roads that twist and fold back on themselves like a snake trying to swallow its own tail. Population hovers around 800 souls, give or take whoever's left town for the city or come back home to die. The Hartwell place sat on Sycamore Ridge, about 3 miles north of town proper. Old Ezra Hartwell had built that house back in 1923, right after he came back from the war with one leg shorter than the other and eyes that had seen too much French mud. The house was nothing special, white clapboard with a wraparound porch and a red tin roof that sang when it rained. What made it special was the tree. Standing maybe 50 yards behind the house, there grew the largest white oak I'd ever seen. Had to be 300 years old, maybe more. Trunk so wide it would take 4 grown men holding hands to circle it, branches that reached out like the arms of some ancient god trying to embrace the sky. In summer, its canopy threw shade over half the Hartwell property. In winter, its bare limbs looked like black veins against the gray sky. Ezra's grandson Tommy lived there alone after the old man passed in '94. Tommy was what you might call simple, not slow, exactly, but content with a life that didn't require much thinking. He worked part-time at Mueller's hardware store, kept a small garden, and spent his evenings on that wraparound porch, watching the sunset paint the ridge purple. The first call came on a Tuesday morning in early October. Mrs. Henderson from the house nearest to Tommy's, still a quarter mile through the woods, called to report that someone was screaming in the night. She'd heard it 3 times in the past week, always between midnight and 3 in the morning, always coming from the direction of the Hartwell place. "Sounds like a woman," she told me over the phone, her voice tight with worry. "Or maybe a child. High-pitched, you know? Like someone in terrible pain." I drove out to Tommy's that afternoon. Found him working in his garden, pulling up the last of his tomato plants. The October air carried that particular smell of dying leaves and wood smoke that makes you think of endings. Tommy looked up when he heard my cruiser, and I could see something in his eyes I'd never seen before, fear. "Afternoon, Tommy." "Sheriff." He wiped his hands on his overalls, leaving dark streaks of soil. "I suppose Mrs. Henderson called you." "She did. Says there's been some screaming at night. You hear anything?" Tommy's gaze drifted toward the big oak, then back to me. "Tree's been restless lately." Now, Tommy had always been one to personify things that most folks wouldn't. His truck had moods, his house got lonely, his garden plants talked to each other. I usually just nodded and went along with it. But something in the way he said restless made the hair on my arms stand up. "Restless how?" "Makes sounds when there ain't no wind." He pulled off his work gloves, and I noticed his hands were shaking slightly. "Started about 2 weeks ago. Thought maybe it was sick, you know? Trees get sick, they make sounds sometimes. But this..." He trailed off. "What kind of sounds, Tommy?" He looked at me for a long moment, as if weighing whether to tell me something that might make me think he'd finally crossed the line from simple to crazy. "Like crying," he said finally. "Like a baby crying." That evening, I parked my cruiser on the old logging road that runs behind the Hartwell property and settled in to wait. Brought a thermos of coffee and a paperback novel, figuring I'd either solve Mrs. Henderson's mystery or at least be able to tell her there was nothing to worry about. The sun disappeared behind the western ridge around 7:30, and the temperature dropped 15 degrees in as many minutes. That's mountain country for you, hot as blazes during the day, cold enough to bite come nightfall. The forest grew quiet in that particular way woods do when they're settling in for the night. Even the insects seemed to hold their breath. Around 10 o'clock, I noticed something odd. The tree line along Tommy's property formed a natural amphitheater of sorts, with the big oak standing at its center like some primitive altar. As the moon rose, nearly full that night, it cast the tree's shadow in a perfect circle on the ground. But there was something wrong with that shadow. It moved. Not swaying like you'd expect from wind-blown branches, but shifting and writhing like something alive. I checked my watch, 11:47 p.m. At exactly midnight it started. The sound that emerged from that tree wasn't crying, not exactly. It was more like the memory of crying, the echo of pain so deep it had seeped into the wood itself. It rose and fell in waves, sometimes barely audible, sometimes loud enough to make my teeth ache. And Tommy had been right. It did sound like a baby. But as I sat there listening, something about that cry began to change. It was getting younger. I know how that sounds. I know it doesn't make sense. But I swear on my mother's grave, that crying was aging backwards. What started as the wail of an infant gradually became the mewling of something smaller, newer, more helpless. The sound of something that hadn't quite learned how to be afraid yet but was learning fast. I got out of the cruiser and walked toward the tree. The closer I got, the clearer the sound became, and the more wrong it felt. This wasn't coming from inside the tree. It was coming from the tree itself. The bark seemed to pulse with each cry, and I could swear I saw what looked like veins running up and down the trunk, dark and thick as garden hoses. When I was maybe 20 feet away, the crying stopped. In the sudden silence, I heard Tommy's voice calling from his back porch. "Sheriff? That you out there?" "Yeah, it's me." I walked back toward the house, my flashlight beam dancing across the uneven ground. Tommy was standing on his porch in his pajamas and bare feet, arms wrapped around himself against the cold. "You heard it too, didn't you?" "I heard something." I climbed the porch steps, and Tommy moved aside to let me pass. "Mind if I come in? We need to talk." Tommy's kitchen smelled like coffee and loneliness. The kind of smell that accumulates in houses where one person lives alone for too long. He poured us both cups from a pot that looked like it had been sitting on the stove since morning, and we sat at his scarred wooden table. How long has your family lived on this land, Tommy? Granddad bought it in 1920. Built the house 3 years later. He wrapped his fingers around his coffee mug like he was trying to warm his whole body through his hands. Why? What do you know about that tree? Tommy was quiet for a long moment, staring into his coffee. Granddad used to tell stories. Said the Cherokee wouldn't come near this ridge. Called it cursed ground. What kind of cursed? The kind where children go missing. He looked up at me then, and I saw something in his eyes that made my blood run cold. Granddad said there were stories, going way back. Stories about families who'd camp near the big oak and wake up one child short. Always the youngest one. Always disappeared without a trace. I felt my coffee turn to acid in my stomach. When did your grandfather first hear these stories? From his daddy. And his daddy heard them from the Cherokee before they were all moved west. Said the tree was hungry. Said it had been hungry for a long, long time. That night, I drove home with my windows up and my radio turned loud, trying to drown out the memory of that sound. But even over the country music and the static, I could still hear it, that impossible crying that grew younger and more desperate the longer it went on. The next morning, I called the county library and asked them to dig up whatever records they had about missing children in our area. The librarian, a sharp-eyed woman named Ruth Brennan, called me back around noon. Sheriff, you might want to come down here and see this for yourself. The library occupied the bottom floor of what used to be the old courthouse, a brick building that had seen better days around the time McKinley was president. Ruth had spread a collection of old newspapers, police reports, and handwritten records across one of the reading tables. This goes back to 1889, she said, running her finger down a column of yellowed newsprint. 3-year-old Sarah Mackenzie disappeared from her family's camp on Sycamore Ridge. Never found. She showed me another clipping. 1903, 2-year-old James Hoffman vanished while his parents were setting up their new homestead. Also on Sycamore Ridge. The pattern continued, 1917, 1932, 1956, 1971, 1984. Always young children. Always on or near Sycamore Ridge. Always without a trace. The interesting thing, Ruth said, adjusting her reading glasses, is that the disappearances seem to follow a pattern. 13 years apart, give or take a few months. I did the math in my head. If the pattern held, we were due. Ruth, I need you to do me a favor. Don't mention this to anyone else just yet. Let me look into it a little more. She nodded, but I could see the questions in her eyes. Small-town librarians are natural detectives. They notice patterns, file away details, connect dots that other people miss. Ruth had already figured out why I was asking. That evening, I drove back to Tommy's place. Found him sitting on his porch, staring at the big oak like he was waiting for something. The sun was setting behind the western ridge, painting the sky the color of old blood. It's going to happen again tonight, he said without looking at me. I can feel it. What's going to happen, Tommy? The tree's going to call. He turned to face me, and I saw that his eyes were red-rimmed, like he hadn't slept in days. It's been calling for weeks now, getting stronger every night. And I know what it wants. What does it want? What it's always wanted. He stood up slowly, like an old man, though he couldn't have been more than 40. There's something I need to show you, Sheriff. Something I should have shown you yesterday. He led me around to the back of the house, where a small storage shed sat in the shadow of the big oak. The shed was older than the house, built from rough-hewn logs that had gone gray with age. Tommy produced a key from his pocket and unlocked the heavy wooden door. Inside, the shed smelled like dust and old wood and something else, something sweet and sick that made me want to breathe through my mouth. Tommy clicked on a bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, and I saw what he'd brought me to see. The walls were covered with carvings. Not recent ones. These looked like they'd been cut into the wood decades ago, maybe longer. They showed the same scene over and over. A large tree with spreading branches, and beneath it, small figures that might have been children. But these children weren't playing or dancing around the tree. They were sinking into it, their bodies merging with the trunk, their faces twisted in what might have been screams or might have been ecstasy. "Granddad carved these," Tommy said quietly, "after he came back from France. Said he had to get the pictures out of his head somehow." "Pictures of what?" "Dreams. Nightmares. Whatever you want to call them." Tommy ran his finger along one of the carvings, tracing the outline of a child's face as it disappeared into the bark. "He said the tree talked to him. Told him stories about all the children it had taken over the years. Showed him how they lived on inside it, how they were happy there." I felt something cold crawl up my spine. "And you believe that?" Tommy looked at me with those simple, honest eyes. "Sheriff, my granddad was a lot of things, but he wasn't a liar. And he wasn't crazy. Whatever that tree showed him, whatever it told him, it was real enough to give him nightmares for the rest of his life." We stood there in silence for a moment, surrounded by the carved faces of children who might or might not have existed, who might or might not be living inside the bark of a 300-year-old oak tree. "There's something else," Tommy said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. "Found this in Granddad's things after he died. Never showed it to anyone." I unfolded the paper and read what was written there in a shaky, old man's handwriting. "The tree keeps them safe. The tree keeps them young. The tree keeps them singing. When the moon is full and the night is deep, you can hear them if you listen close. They want to come home. They want their families to join them. The tree is patient. The tree can wait. But every 13 years it gets hungry. Every 13 years it needs to feed. I should have burned it down when I had the chance. God forgive me, I should have burned it all down." The paper was dated 3 days before Ezra Hartwell's death. That night, I made a decision that probably violated about 6 different department policies and possibly several state laws. I parked my cruiser in Tommy's driveway and knocked on his door. "Pack a bag," I told him. "You're staying in town tonight." "I can't leave, Sheriff." "What if it calls and I'm not here to answer?" "That's exactly why you're leaving." I drove Tommy to the Cedar Hollow Motor Lodge, a collection of cabins that catered mostly to hunters and the occasional lost tourist. Paid for a room myself and told the desk clerk that Tommy was not to leave under any circumstances. Then I drove back to Sycamore Ridge alone. I parked on the logging road again, but this time I came prepared. Brought my service weapon, a high-powered flashlight, and a thermos of coffee strong enough to wake the dead. Also brought something else, a small digital recorder I'd borrowed from my nephew, who used it for his college classes. If something happened tonight, I wanted proof. The moon was full, hanging in the sky like a searchlight. The temperature had dropped below freezing, and my breath came out in small white clouds. The forest was absolutely silent. No wind, no insects, no night birds. Just the kind of silence that makes you aware of your own heartbeat. At 11:58 p.m., I started the recorder. At exactly midnight the tree began to scream. But this wasn't the soft crying I'd heard the night before. This was raw, primal terror, the sound of something dying in the worst possible way. I grabbed my flashlight and ran toward the oak, my feet slipping on the frost-covered grass. The tree was moving. Not swaying, not bending, but actually moving. The bark writhed like living skin, and I could see shapes pressing against it from the inside, small hands, faces, the outline of bodies trying to push through. The screaming grew louder, and now I could make out individual voices. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. They were all children's voices. And they were all calling the same name. Tommy. 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 I got within 10 feet of the tree before I stopped. The bark was pulsing like a heartbeat, and I could see veins of some dark substance flowing up and down the trunk. The screaming had become a chorus now, all those young voices crying out in unison. Bring us Tommy! Bring us Tommy! Bring us Tommy! That's when I understood. The tree didn't just take children randomly. It called them. It chose them. And for some reason I couldn't fathom, it had chosen Tommy. I backed away slowly, my hand on my weapon, though I knew it would be useless against whatever this thing was. The screaming followed me, growing louder and more desperate with each step. By the time I reached my cruiser, it was loud enough to rattle the windows. I drove back to town with that sound echoing in my ears, and when I got to the motor lodge, I found exactly what I was afraid I'd find. Tommy's room was empty. The window was open, and there were bare footprints in the frost leading north towards Sycamore Ridge. I called for backup, all 3 of my deputies, and we spent the rest of the night searching the woods around the Hartwell place. We found Tommy just after dawn, standing at the base of the big oak, staring up into its branches with an expression of perfect peace on his face. Tommy, I called out. Tommy, come away from there. He turned to look at me, and I saw that his eyes had changed. They were younger somehow, clearer, like a child's eyes. Sheriff, he said, and his voice had that same quality, innocent, trusting, free of the weight that accumulates in adult voices over the years. It's time to go home, Tommy. I am home. He placed his hand on the bark of the tree, and I swear I saw the wood pulse beneath his touch. They've been waiting for me. All these years they've been waiting. Who's been waiting? The children. My brothers and sisters. He smiled, and it was the most beautiful and terrible thing I'd ever seen. The tree explained everything. How they came to live inside it. How they stay young forever. How they sing together in the dark. My deputies were surrounding the tree now, but they kept their distance. Even hard-headed men like Bill Patterson and Jake Morrison could feel the wrongness radiating from that oak. Tommy, step away from the tree. I can hear them singing, Sheriff. They're so happy. They want me to sing with them. That's when I noticed that the bark where Tommy's hand rested was beginning to soften, becoming almost liquid. His fingers were sinking into it slowly, and he didn't seem to feel any pain. If anything, his smile grew wider. I drew my weapon. Tommy, step away from the tree. Now. Don't you hear them? He closed his eyes, and I could see his hand disappearing into the bark up to the wrist. They're singing my name. They know I'm coming home. I fired 6 shots into the trunk of that tree. The bullets struck the bark and disappeared without leaving a mark, like they'd been fired into deep water. But the tree reacted. It let out a sound like nothing I'd ever heard, part scream, part roar, part the creaking of old wood under tremendous pressure. Tommy's eyes snapped open, and for just a moment, they looked like his own again. Sheriff? His voice was confused, frightened. Sheriff, I can't move my hand. The bark had swallowed his arm up to the elbow now, and I could see something flowing beneath the surface. Dark veins pulsing with what might have been blood or sap or something worse. Help me, Tommy whispered. I holstered my weapon and grabbed Tommy around the waist, pulling as hard as I could. For a moment, I thought I was going to lose him. The tree held on with impossible strength, and I could feel Tommy being drawn inexorably into its embrace. But then something gave way, a sound like tearing fabric, and we both tumbled backward onto the frozen ground. Tommy's arm was free, but it wasn't right. The skin from his fingertips to his elbow had changed, becoming rough and bark-like. Dark veins ran beneath the surface, and when he tried to flex his fingers, I heard the sound of wood creaking. We got Tommy to the county hospital, where the doctors ran every test they could think of and finally admitted they had no idea what had happened to his arm. The bark-like skin continued up past his elbow over the following days, and the doctors talked about amputation, but Tommy refused. "It doesn't hurt," he told me during one of my visits. "It feels warm. Safe. Like being held." Tommy disappeared from the hospital 3 days later. The night nurse said she checked on him at midnight and found his bed empty, the window open. There were bark-like flakes on the pillow and a smell in the room like deep forest after rain. I drove out to the Hartwell place that morning and found him exactly where I'd expected to, standing at the base of the big oak, his transformed arm pressed against the trunk. But this time, he wasn't alone. There were shapes in the bark now, dozens of them. Small faces looking out from beneath the surface, their eyes closed, their expressions peaceful. And among them, I could see Tommy's face, already beginning to merge with the wood, his features softening and flowing like wax. "Sheriff," he said without opening his eyes, "thank you for trying to save me. But this is where I belong. This is where I've always belonged. Tommy, please. Let me help you. You can help me. No one can." His voice was already starting to sound different, younger, more distant. "But you can help them. The families. When they come looking for their children, you can tell them the truth. That they're safe. That they're happy. That they're home." I watched as Tommy's face disappeared completely into the bark, and I swear I heard him singing, a young, clear voice joining a chorus of others that seemed to come from somewhere deep inside the wood. That was 15 years ago. The big oak still stands on Sycamore Ridge, and sometimes, when the moon is full and the night is quiet, you can still hear them singing. All those children who found their way home. All those young voices raised in harmony. The Hartwell house stands empty now. The county took possession of it after Tommy disappeared, but they've never been able to sell it. Strange things happen to anyone who tries to live there. Sounds in the night. Shadows that move when no one's watching. And always, the sound of children singing somewhere just beyond the edge of hearing. I retired last year, passed the badge on to a younger man who doesn't know the whole story. I told him about the missing children, about the pattern, about the 13-year cycle. But I didn't tell him about the tree. Some things are too big, too impossible to explain to someone who wasn't there. But I keep watch. Every October, when the moon grows full, I drive out to Sycamore Ridge and park on that old logging road. I listen for the singing, and I watch for anyone who might be drawn to that ancient oak. Because I know the cycle isn't broken. I know the tree is still hungry. And I know that someday, maybe soon, it's going to call another name. Maybe yours. Maybe mine. We thought it was the wind, till the tree whispered my name. And now, 15 years later, on cold October nights when the moon is full, I can still hear it calling. Patient as stone, hungry as winter, old as the mountains themselves. The tree remembers. The tree keeps what it takes. And the tree is always singing. Just listen close enough, and you'll hear them too, all those young voices raised in perfect harmony, singing the same song they've been singing for centuries. A lullaby for the living, a promise for the lost, a warning for anyone foolish enough to walk alone in the dark woods of Cedar Hollow. Because some hungers are older than civilization. Some songs never end. And some trees have been waiting a very, Very long time for you to come home. I walked in for a minute. Came out with dried blood on my shirt and 2 hours missing. That's how I always start this story when folks ask about the strangest case I ever worked. Most of the time, they think I'm pulling their leg, spinning some yarn to pass the evening hours in the back booth at Mel's Diner. But I see something change in their eyes when I roll up my sleeve and show them the scar that runs from my wrist to my elbow, thin as a paper cut but deep as a well, white as old bone against my weathered skin. That scar has never faded, not in 37 years. The whole business started on a Tuesday morning in late September. I remember because the leaves were just beginning to turn, and my wife Martha had spent the weekend putting up the last of her tomatoes. The air had that crisp edge to it that promises winter's coming, but the sun still held enough warmth to make you forget, for a moment or two, that everything dies. I'd been sheriff of Millbrook County for going on 23 years by then, and I thought I'd seen every shade of human meanness and stupidity the good Lord could devise. We had our share of troubles, domestic disputes that turned ugly, drunk drivers who wrapped their cars around oak trees, the occasional break-in when times got particularly hard. Nothing you couldn't handle with common sense and a firm hand. But Millbrook was old. Older than most places in these parts. The town was settled in 1847, built around a lumber mill that fed off the deep forests that stretched for miles in every direction. Those forests had a way of keeping their secrets. Every few years, someone would wander off into the woods and never come back. Hunters who knew every deer path and hollow, hikers with GPS units and satellite phones. The forest would swallow them whole, leave no trace except maybe a boot print in the mud or a broken branch that might mean something or might mean nothing at all. The locals had their explanations. Old Henrik Carlson, who ran the hardware store, would tell anyone who'd listen about the Maliseet tribe that used to live in these woods before the white settlers came. He'd heard stories from his grandfather about sacred places deep in the forest, places where the boundary between this world and others grew thin. Most folks just nodded politely and bought their nails and paint. But I'd noticed that even the boldest teenagers rarely dared each other to spend a night camping in the deep woods. Some fears run deeper than logic. The call came in just after lunch. Mrs. Henley from the ranger station, voice tight with something that might have been worry or might have been fear. "Sheriff, we've got a situation out at the Blackwater Trail. Missing hiker." The Blackwater Trail was a popular day hike, well-marked and relatively safe. It followed an old logging road for about 3 miles before looping back through a section of second-growth forest. On a clear day, you could see the mountains from the lookout point at the trail's peak. "How long they been missing?" "That's the thing, Sheriff. Family called it in this morning, but the missing person was supposed to be back yesterday evening. Name's David Reeves, 26 years old, from Portland. Experienced hiker, had all the proper gear." I took down the details and told her I'd head out there myself. In a county as small as ours, missing persons cases got personal attention. Besides, something in Mrs. Henley's voice suggested this wasn't going to be a simple case of someone taking a wrong turn and spending an uncomfortable night under the stars. The trailhead parking area was nearly empty when I arrived, just Mrs. Henley's Forest Service truck and a blue Honda Civic with main plates that I assumed belonged to the missing hiker. The afternoon sun slanted through the pine trees, casting long shadows across the gravel lot. Everything looked normal, peaceful even, but there was something in the air, a stillness that felt wrong for early autumn. No bird calls, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Just the whisper of wind through the branches and the faint, sweet smell of something rotting. Mrs. Henley met me at the trailhead, a sturdy woman in her 50s who'd been working these woods longer than I'd been wearing a badge. Her face was pinched with worry. I walked the main trail twice this morning, she said without preamble. No sign of him. But I found something strange about a half-mile in. We walked the trail in silence, our footsteps muffled by a carpet of fallen leaves. The forest felt watchful, as if unseen eyes were tracking our progress. After 20 minutes of steady hiking, Mrs. Henley stopped and pointed off the main trail. There, she said. Look at the trees. At first, I didn't see what she was getting at. Then I noticed it, a narrow gap between two massive pine trees, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. The strange thing was, there was no underbrush filling the space. No fallen logs or tangled vines. Just a clear path that seemed to lead deeper into the forest. That wasn't there last week, Mrs. Henley said. I know every inch of these woods, Sheriff. That path is new. I knelt down and examined the ground. The earth was soft and dark, recently disturbed. But there were no clear footprints, no sign that anyone had actually walked this way. Just smooth, dark soil that looked almost freshly turned. Could be natural, I said, though even as the words left my mouth, I didn't believe them. Trees fall, create new openings. Mrs. Henley shook her head. Look closer at the edges. I did, and felt a chill run down my spine. The gap between the trees was too perfect, too symmetrical. The bark on either side had been stripped away in a clean, straight line, as if someone had taken a giant razor blade to the trunks. But there were no tool marks, no sawdust. The wood underneath was pale and smooth, almost polished. We need to follow it, I said, though every instinct I'd developed in over 2 decades of law enforcement was screaming at me to turn around and walk away. The path wound deeper into the forest, following no natural contour of the land. Sometimes it ran straight as an arrow up steep hillsides, other times it curved around obstacles that weren't there. I'd find myself sidestepping invisible barriers, walking around spaces that looked empty but felt solid as stone. The trees grew older and taller as we went, their trunks twisted into shapes that hurt to look at directly. After what felt like an hour of walking, though my watch insisted only 20 minutes had passed, we came to a clearing. And in the center of that clearing sat a small stone chapel. It was old, older than anything that should have existed in these woods. The stones were gray and weathered, covered with a patina of moss and lichen that spoke of centuries, not decades. The architecture was wrong for New England, too, Romanesque arches and buttresses that belonged in medieval Europe, not the forests of Maine. A small bell tower rose from the center of the structure, its bronze bell green with verdigris. But the strangest thing was how familiar it felt. Looking at that chapel was like remembering a dream you'd forgotten upon waking. I had the unsettling sensation that I'd seen it before, maybe walked past it 100 times without really noticing. Yet I knew that was impossible. I'd hunted these woods as a boy, patrolled them as a man. There had never been a chapel here. Jesus Christ, Mrs. Henley whispered. What is that doing here? The chapel's wooden door stood slightly ajar, revealing nothing but darkness within. No sound came from inside, but I could smell something, incense, maybe, or something sweeter. Something that reminded me of the way flowers smell just before they wilt. Hello? I called out. This is Sheriff Morrison. Is anyone in there? My voice seemed to fall flat in the still air, as if the words were being absorbed before they could travel very far. There was no answer. I should have called for backup. Should have marked the location with GPS coordinates and returned with a full search team. Should have done a lot of things differently. Instead, I found myself walking toward that half-open door, drawn by something I couldn't name. The chapel's interior was dim but not dark. Light filtered through stained glass windows I hadn't noticed from outside, casting colored patterns on worn stone floors. The windows depicted scenes I didn't recognize, figures in robes conducting rituals around altars that seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at them. Wooden pews lined both sides of a central aisle that led to a simple stone altar. The air inside was warm despite the cool autumn weather, and that sweet, cloying smell was stronger here. It made my head feel light, dreamlike. I walked down the aisle slowly, my footsteps echoing in the small space. Each pew I passed seemed to hold shadows that might have been people, but when I turned to look directly, I saw only empty wooden benches. The altar was bare except for a simple wooden cross and what looked like a leather-bound book. As I approached, I could see that the pages were open, filled with handwriting in a language I didn't recognize. The letters seemed to move slightly, rearranging themselves when I wasn't looking directly at them. I reached out to touch the book, and that's when I noticed the blood. It was on my fingers first, then spreading up my wrist toward my elbow. Dark red and still wet, though I felt no pain, no sense of injury. I looked down at my shirt and saw dark stains spreading across the fabric. The blood had a strange quality to it, as if it were somehow more real than everything else around me, more solid, more present. I tried to step back from the altar, but my feet wouldn't obey. The sweet smell was overwhelming now, making my vision blur at the edges. The stained glass windows seemed to pulse with their own light, and I could hear something, not quite music, not quite voices, but something that might have been both. The last thing I remember clearly was looking down at the open book and seeing my own name written there in that strange, shifting script. Below it, in the same hand, were other names. David Reeves was there, the missing hiker. And others I recognized, people who had vanished over the years, lost in these woods without a trace. When I came back to myself, I was standing outside the chapel, blood drying on my shirt and hands. Mrs. Henley was calling my name from somewhere that sounded very far away. I looked at my watch and felt my stomach drop. 2 hours had passed, though it felt like only minutes. I turned back to look at the chapel, but it wasn't there. The clearing was empty except for a ring of standing stones I hadn't noticed before. Or maybe they hadn't been there before. Ancient granite markers, worn smooth by weather and time, arranged in a perfect circle around a patch of ground that was darker than the surrounding earth. Mrs. Henley found me a few minutes later, standing in the center of that circle, staring down at the dark soil. She took one look at my blood-stained clothes and my dazed expression and radioed for medical assistance. "What happened?" she asked. "Where were you? I've been searching for over an hour." I couldn't answer her then, couldn't find words for what I'd experienced. How do you explain seeing something that wasn't there? How do you describe entering a building that doesn't exist? The medical team found nothing wrong with me except for a long, thin cut on my arm that I didn't remember receiving. It was clean and precise, almost surgical. The blood on my clothes was mine, they confirmed, though there was far more of it than the small wound should have produced. We never found David Reeves. His car remained in the parking lot for 3 days before his family came to claim it. The official report listed him as missing, presumed dead, another victim of the vast wilderness that surrounded our small town. But I knew better. I knew he was in that book, his name written in that strange, flowing script alongside all the others who had vanished over the years. Somehow, the forest had claimed him, pulled him into whatever space existed between what is and what shouldn't be. I returned to that clearing many times over the following months, always alone, always hoping to find some rational explanation for what I'd experienced. But the stone circle was never the same twice. Sometimes there were 12 stones, sometimes 7, sometimes so many I lost count. The arrangement changed, the sizes varied, but the dark patch of earth in the center remained constant, a scar on the landscape that never quite healed. Local historian Dr. Fitzgerald at the college found references to a chapel in the county records, built in 1863 by a religious sect that had broken away from the mainstream Protestant churches. They called themselves the Order of Eternal Threshold, and they believed that certain places in the world were doorways between different states of existence. The chapel had been destroyed by fire in 1889 after several members of the congregation disappeared under mysterious circumstances. But according to the records, that chapel had been built 12 miles south of where I'd found it, on land that was now beneath Millbrook Reservoir. I retired from the sheriff's department 2 years later, telling folks I wanted to spend more time with Martha, maybe do some traveling while we were still young enough to enjoy it. That was true, but it wasn't the whole truth. The whole truth was that I'd started seeing things, glimpses of that chapel in my peripheral vision, shadows of people walking through the woods when no one was there. I'd hear that not-quite music on quiet nights, smell that sweet, cloying incense on the wind. Dr. Peterson, the department psychologist, called it PTSD. He said traumatic experiences could create false memories, hallucinations that seemed completely real to the person experiencing them. He gave me pills for anxiety and suggested I might benefit from talking to someone about whatever had happened in those woods. But the scar on my arm never faded, and sometimes, late at night, I could still feel that warm, dark blood flowing down my skin. Martha knew something had changed in me, though I never told her the whole story. She'd catch me staring out at the tree line behind our house, watching for movement that never came. She'd wake up sometimes to find me sitting by the window, listening to sounds she couldn't hear. "What are you looking for out there?" she'd ask. "Nothing," I'd tell her, and that was the truth. I wasn't looking for anything. I was making sure nothing was looking back. The disappearances continued after I retired. Hikers, hunters, the occasional teenager who thought they were brave enough to spend a night in the deep woods. My replacement, Sheriff Kowalski, was a good man, thorough and dedicated. He'd call me sometimes, asking for insight into the pattern of vanishings that stretched back decades. "It's like they just step off the edge of the world," he told me once. "No tracks leading away, no signs of struggle. They're just gone." I could have told him about the chapel, about the book with its shifting script and impossible names. But what good would it have done? He'd have looked at me the same way I looked at old Henrik when he talked about sacred places and thin boundaries. Some knowledge is too dangerous to share, too strange to be believed. The last time I saw the chapel was 6 months before Martha passed. We were driving back from her sister's place in Bangor, taking the scenic route through the forest preserve. Martha was dozing in the passenger seat, worn out from her chemotherapy treatments. I was driving slowly, carefully, when I saw it through the trees, just a glimpse of weathered stone and that distinctive bell tower. It was there for maybe 3 seconds, visible through a gap in the foliage, then gone again as the road curved away. I pulled over and walked back to where I thought I'd seen it, but there was nothing except dense forest stretching as far as I could see. Martha woke up when I got back in the car. "Everything all right?" "Fine," I said. "Just thought I saw something." She squeezed my hand with fingers that had grown thin and fragile. "Sometimes the things we see aren't really there, you know. Sometimes they're just memories trying to find their way back to us." Maybe she was right. Maybe the chapel was nothing more than a trauma-induced hallucination that had taken on a life of its own in my mind. Maybe David Reeves and all the others had simply gotten lost in the woods, their bodies claimed by animals or hidden in some deep ravine where search teams would never find them. But 3 weeks ago, I got a phone call from Sheriff Kowalski. "Another disappearance," he said. "Young woman from Boston, experienced outdoors woman with military survival training. Her name was Sarah Chin, and she'd vanished while hiking alone on the Blackwater Trail." Here's the strange part, Kowalski said. We found her journal in her backpack, along with her camera. The last entry was from 2 days ago. She wrote about finding some kind of old building in the woods, said she was going to investigate, and would radio for backup if she found anything interesting. He paused, and I could hear papers rustling on his end of the line. Sheriff Morrison, she wrote that the building looked like a chapel. Old stone construction, totally out of place in those woods. You ever hear of anything like that in your time on the job? I told him I hadn't, which was the truth in its way. I'd never heard of it, I'd seen it, touched it, bled in it. But I'd never heard anyone else talk about it, never found it mentioned in any official report or local legend. After I hung up, I sat in my kitchen for a long time, staring out at the woods behind my house. The trees were bare now, skeletal branches reaching toward a gray November sky. Somewhere out there, maybe 12 miles away, maybe just beyond my back fence, Sarah Chen's name was being written in a book that shouldn't exist, in a building that had burned down over a century ago. I rolled up my sleeve and looked at the scar on my arm. It seemed darker somehow, more pronounced than it had been in years. When I touched it, the skin felt warm. That night, I dreamed of stained glass windows and shifting shadows. I dreamed of walking down a stone aisle toward an altar where a book lay open, its pages filled with names I recognized. In the dream, I could hear something calling from deep in the woods, not quite music, not quite voices, but something that might have been both. I woke up with the taste of incense in my mouth and the smell of something sweet and rotting in my nostrils. The scar on my arm was bleeding again, just a little, just enough to stain my pajama sleeve. Some mornings now, when the light hits the trees just right, I can see a path leading into the woods. It's narrow and perfectly straight, flanked by pines whose bark has been stripped away in clean, precise lines. The path wasn't there yesterday, and it won't be there tomorrow, but for just a few moments in the early morning light, it's as real as anything else in this world. I've never followed it. I learned my lesson about curiosity 37 years ago, paid for it with 2 hours I'll never get back and blood that still hasn't dried. But sometimes, standing at my kitchen window with my coffee growing cold in my hands, I wonder what would happen if I did. I wonder if I'd find Sarah Chin in that chapel, sitting in one of those shadow-filled pews, waiting for someone to write her name in the book. I wonder if David Reeves is still there, along with all the others who vanished over the years. I wonder if they're aware of where they are, or if they exist in some eternal moment between arriving and leaving, forever walking toward that altar but never quite reaching it. The doctors say Martha's cancer is gone, but we both know it's not gone so much as waiting, biding its time like a predator in tall grass. On her good days, she talks about taking a vacation somewhere warm, maybe Florida or Arizona. On her bad days, she stares out at the woods with the same expression I must have worn for all these years, the look of someone waiting for something they hope will never come. I've thought about telling her the whole story, about the chapel and the book and the names written in shifting script. But what would be the point? She has enough shadows in her life without adding mine to the collection. Instead, I keep watch. Every morning, I check the tree line for that narrow path. Every evening, I listen for sounds that might be music or might be voices calling from somewhere between what is and what shouldn't be. The scar on my arm serves as a reminder of the price of curiosity, and sometimes, late at night when Martha is sleeping, I trace its length with my finger, and remember the weight of impossible blood on my hands. Sheriff Kowalski still calls occasionally, updating me on the search for Sarah Chin, asking for advice about other cases that don't quite make sense. I give him what help I can, but I never mention the chapel. Some secrets are too dangerous to share, too strange to be believed. And some places are better left unfound, even when they find us. Especially when they find us, the woods are patient. They've been here longer than our town, longer than our roads and houses and careful boundaries. They know how to wait, how to call to those who wander too far from the well-lit paths we've carved through the darkness. And somewhere in those woods, in a clearing that exists only when it chooses to, stands a chapel that shouldn't be there. In that chapel sits a book filled with names, and every name is a story of someone who walked in for just a minute and never quite found their way back to the world they left behind. Someday, maybe tomorrow, maybe years from now, someone else will find that narrow path between the pines. They'll follow it out of curiosity or bravery or simple human need to understand the mysteries that surround us. And they'll walk through that half-open door into warmth and colored light and the sweet smell of flowers just before they wilt. I hope, for their sake, they remember to check their watch before they go inside. I hope they remember to look at their hands. Most of all, I hope they remember that some places in this world exist between memory and dream, between what was and what might be. And once you've been to such a place, once you've seen your name written in impossible ink on pages that shift and change when you're not looking directly at them, you never quite leave it behind. It stays with you, in the scar tissue and the strange dreams, in the peripheral glimpses of stone walls and stained glass windows. It stays with you in the knowledge that the world is far stranger and more dangerous than most people will ever know, and that sometimes, the things we can't explain are the ones we should fear the most. The chapel is still out there, waiting in its clearing that exists between seconds, between heartbeats, between the moment you decide to step forward and the moment you realize you can't step back. It's patient and old and hungry in ways that have nothing to do with food or flesh. It feeds on time instead, on the hours and minutes and seconds that make up a human life. And when it's done feeding, all that's left is a name in a book and the fading memory of someone who walked into the woods one day and never quite made it home. That's the story I tell when people ask about the strangest case I ever worked. Most of them think I'm spinning a yarn, telling tall tales to pass the time. But I see something change in their eyes when I roll up my sleeve and show them the scar that runs from my wrist to my elbow, thin as a paper cut, deep as a well, white as old bone against my weathered skin. That scar has never faded, not in 37 years. And sometimes, late at night when the wind is just right, I can still hear something calling from deep in the woods, not quite music, not quite voices, but something that might have been both. Something that knows my name.